Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, all right, there we are. Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. How are you? Greetings, salutations, high fives, and all that. Thanks so much for being here. My name is Alan Cox. I guess it's a Monday. Again. Boy, they just come fast and furious, don't they? Whatever fun times you think you've had over the weekend, Monday comes back around. Please welcome, as you would, a long-lost friend, Robert Anthony, right
What's
over
up,
there.
Man, how are you?
You know, normally for the past, golly, how long have you and I been doing this show now? Since the beginning of November?
Yep.
And since that time, the introductions here on the show, they've been, I guess, mercifully brief. I go, hey, I'm Alan, and then that's where it ends. But today I get to introduce somebody new to everybody. Have you met this young lady?
I sure have. just a few minutes ago, actually.
Kat,
first
can
time.
you hear me? You can hear me, and I can hear. She's so soft-spoken so far. Probably because.
That'll change.
I know that will change. I know. You pot your mic up a little bit more, okay?
Gotcha.
Can you actually just push up the pot there? Turn it up a little bit.
She's learning everything today.
Like we're literally trial by fire.
Right. Kat is her new phone screener, and so I want everybody to hear her, and I want everybody to meet her. And how's that?
Hey everyone. I'm
Hey,
Kat.
listen
Nice
to
meet
that.
you.
Hey, how are you? You and I haven't even spoken since we interviewed you.
Yeah.
That was by design, Kat. I wanted the audience to get to know you in kind of
Keep it
along the
fresh.
same way. You know what I mean?
Totally.
Now, tell everybody your full name.
My name's Katarina Brankov, or Katerina Brankov.
Right.
I'm
You're Serbian.
yeah.
Yes.
But I also go by Kat B. And I'm so happy to be here. So thank you so much to iHeartMedia family and iHeartRadio for
Don't
having me.
ever thank this company. Ever. Rule 1. Don't ever. See, she's smart,
we don't
though.
talk
She's
about
sucking
Fight
up.
Club.
I know. She's sucking up to Dave iHeartMedia right from the jump.
I forgot to mention that when we were onboarding her, that she should never thank the company. Ever.
Right. You're not. This isn't a charity.
Just thank Alan. That's it.
Well, don't even thank me.
No, it's always.
No, listen. It's not a charity. You know, people still tell, how come they don't fire you? I go, because I create revenue for this. What are you talking about? I'm not here out of the goodness of their hearts. Anywho. So Kat is our new phone screener, and I'm excited for everybody to meet her. And obviously, this is day one, so she's taking in a lot of information. But she will be the person you talk to when you call our show. You'll hear her on the other. Now, how will you answer the phone, Kat? What will you say to people? Were you told what to say, or how will you do it? Will you put a little zhuzh in it? What will you say?
You know, let's just say I like to have a little chutzpah sometimes.
Yeah, okay, good.
So I'll unleash it upon you guys.
That's what we're counting. Right? The more comfortable you get, the more chutzpah?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so tell the audience a little bit about yourself as we're all getting to know you here. Because when Rob and I sat down over the course of the past couple of months, and it was important to us that we found somebody, again, phone screener is a position that in the grand scheme of things is not traditionally like a big deal. But here at WMMS over the years, it has become a big deal simply because those people are on the air. And so we knew that whoever we were going to bring on, we wanted someone that we thought was going to be an interesting person and engaging. And Rob and I had sat down with a handful of people, all of whom were very nice, all of whom were very talented people in their own right. And we sat down with Kat, and we talked to her for maybe a half an hour or so, and it became very clear. She wasn't coming in ice cold. You did a little bit of radio in college, yeah?
Yeah, so I actually finished radio and TV broadcasting at Ohio Media School, but I have my bachelor's and I'm working on my master's as well.
Right. But you went to BW or no? Am I getting that?
Yeah,
right.
I went to BW. I studied psychology and neuroscience in undergrad.
This is what I'm saying. So she's got like a very broad CV, right? Like she's done a lot of stuff. So really we sat down with Kat and it really didn't take too long. And then it was shortly after that Rob and I kind of looked at each other and we were like, that's the girl. And so we felt pretty confident. And I think you did too.
Yeah.
Yeah. That it was going to be pretty good. We'll find out. You know, it may all blow, but who knows? I don't think that that's going to be the case. I think that we'll have fun. We'll have fun. We'll have a good time. Yeah. And so you're Serbian. That's my ex-wife was Serbian. It's very, very important to Serbs that you don't call them Croats or Slovaks.
We're proud to be Serbian. That's
right.
For sure.
Yes.
So I mean, I finished at Baldwin Wallace undergrad, and then I'm finishing my MBA, my Master of Business Administration, at Baldwin Wallace as well. I've worked in TV and film production, and obviously I did radio and TV broadcasting, and so I'm really happy to be at this company and keep growing my career.
She's more accomplished, essentially, what we're trying to say, Rob, than either of us are, right?
You know how bad it is, dude, sitting here listening to that. I know. Not only was I
Women gotta work harder sometimes.
That's true, boy.
Now I'm the third dumbest person on this show. It's just incredible.
Yeah. Well, so, we'll learn a little bit about her along the way. There are a lot of things that we'll be talking about on the show over the course of the program, Kat, that I'll probably ask you about. Like, do you have a boyfriend or are you married? You're not married.
No, I'm not married. I do have a boyfriend. We're long distance, though.
Oh, where is he?
He's currently in the Pacific Northwest.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
He's out there. You're here.
Yep.
Oh, that must make for some interesting evenings. Then,
yeah.
The two of you are talking to each other and yeah. So he's out. Where is he? In Portland?
No, he's currently in Idaho, but we were in Oregon.
He's not part of a militia, is he?
No, he's not.
Is he in Coeur d'Alene? Where you got to be very, very careful.
He was in Coeur d'Alene. So from that general area.
Yeah, and he's not in a militia.
No.
You're sure?
No, he's actually also half Yugoslavian and half Hawaiian, so he's good vibes.
Half Yugoslavian and half Hawaiian.
Yeah.
All right, well, good for him.
It's like something made in a lab.
I know, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
I'm 100% Serbian, though, so. Yeah.
So and you remind him of that frequently, I imagine, when he alohas you or something. Yeah. Get out of here with that aloha stuff. Okay, so anyway, when you call the show now, the phone numbers are 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. If you want to join us at any point in the program, obviously that stuff never changes. But we had Connor screening the phones for quite some time for us, and he's a very nice young dude, too. I just wanted kind of, when we met Kat, I was like, I think this is the person that we really want to kind of bring into this. And Connor's still here. He's doing stuff for other shows.
Happy to be here.
Yeah, so anyway, that's I'm sure people will have questions for you that they will either ask you when you pick up the phone. Just put them on hold. And they'll go, hey, and I'll go, just put on
hold, please.
Yeah, hold, please. Right. And so there will be a number of, I don't want to prejudge anything on the show. People will approach her in different ways, but there will probably be a number of regular callers to the show who will have perhaps more probing questions for you than some other people might.
Yeah, so, I know you got a Mr. Right, but how about a Mr. Right now, eh?
Yeah. Hey, I'm local. How do you feel about that?
That's funny.
I got a job. I'm local.
I don't bring a lot to the table, but I do live in Cleveland.
Hey, going out with me, you don't got to buy a plane ticket or nothing.
Love it.
Now, the most important question, because I have to go to a break here, the most important question that a lot of people already want to know, and I guess it kind of has to do with you, but not necessarily. Your thoughts on Jimmy Buffett?
Ugh.
All I gotta say is I love buffets.
She's dancing around it.
Just
say it. Just say it.
She's dancing around it.
Are you a Buffett fan, or do you dislike Jimmy Buffett?
No, first of all, let me go back one. Do you know who Jimmy Buffett is?
I know who he is.
Okay, I was going to say. Because you're a musician too, yeah?
Absolutely.
See, she sings.
Yes.
That's why I'm so excited partially here.
Yeah,
Is I have somebody to sing dopey songs that I'll write again.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. So you know who Jimmy Buffett is. Your thoughts on his music?
I love all kinds of music.
See,
and I do
this
love
is
his too.
Diplomatic.
She
Diplomatic.
Is way too diplomatic for what we do around here.
Very
me,
simple,
you'll
Kat.
break
Are you
me.
pro Jimmy Buffett
Pro.
or anti Jimmy Buffett?
Pro.
Well, it's a shame she's not going to last long.
Because she's pro artist. That's what
right.
it is.
I know.
Even artists who like French fried potatoes and cold beer and pickles.
I don't mind being the only Buffett hater in the room.
Well,
It's okay.
no. Yeah, you're definitely a hater. I'm indifferent to Jimmy Buffett, but I mean.
And then we have someone who likes him back in the news studio. Wow.
Oh,
Okay.
boy. Yeah.
All right.
She's pro artist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
As
Okay,
an
good.
artist myself, I have to be.
Yeah, of course. Okay, good. Well, we're going to take a break here, and you will all meet Kat over the next days and weeks. And again, the phone numbers, you want to join us, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Want to send me a text? That number is 35192. You can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app, and you can watch the show live on our YouTube channel.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Get ready to celebrate the songs and artists you've
The Alan Cox Show.
Listening to the show doesn't make you a bad person. That thing in the foot locker at the end of your bed, that makes you a bad person.
MMS.
The Buzzard.
I got more money for you here in about 10 minutes, 9-10 minutes. Another keyword, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. You get those about 30 past the hour, so keep your ears peeled for those. 2:30, 3:30, 4:30, and 5:30, the last four today, and then we'll start it all over again tomorrow morning. Boy, if there was any doubt over how much heavy lifting Luka Doncic was doing for the Dallas Mavericks, it was pretty much on display last night. Cavaliers way over Dallas last night, 144-101.
Are you suggesting they didn't lose by 50 when he was there?
Oh, did they really? Is that what happened? Or
No, I'm saying when he was, obviously, yeah, I mean, like you said, full display last night.
I mean, no one guy can carry a team, but boy, this guy, what's Doncic? That's not Serbian cat, is it? He's something else.
I believe he's Croatian.
Oh, God.
Way to go, Alan.
I know, right? Right off the bat. Okay.
No, he's Slovenian. Slovenian.
You know what? Potato, right? People from those countries love to. Yes, they love to hear
he's
this.
One of us.
Yep. If you say Serbian, Slovenian, they go, yeah, same diff, and makes those people very, very upset. Anyway, he obviously, everybody knows by now that he got traded to the Lakers, and people were like, why the hell would Dallas do this? And the people in the front office are like, we were gonna give him like this massive, massive contract, but they were seeing things I guess they didn't like. He's a young dude, but they're like. Kind of the way we all saw the video a while ago where like the coach had to take the beer out of his hand. He was standing in the hallway, and obviously that's just a little snapshot moment in time. But they didn't, I guess, there in Dallas, they didn't have full confidence that he was going to fulfill the potential, I guess, that they saw in him. And the sources with the team were like, they were terrified about giving him a max contract. Because they were worried that he was going to flop out or whatever, you know? Everybody looks at situations like Deshaun Watson now in sports, and they go, boy, we don't want to be that. We don't want to be anywhere near that. And so they send Luka Doncic to the Lakers in exchange for Anthony Davis and a couple other people, or they sent a bunch of people to L.A.?
Yeah, there was a bunch of Utah was involved. There was a bunch of legs to the trade, but that was the highlight. Yeah, Anthony Davis is headed to Dallas, and
oh, he's got to love that.
I know.
Yeah.
And Luka Doncic is headed to the Lakers, which that's going to be interesting because the egos in L.A., right? Like, LeBron's there, man. That's his team. And now you've all of a sudden got arguably one of the best players in basketball on the same floor, same time. It's going to be interesting to see how that pans out.
Well, I don't know all of the X's and O's, but I was reading somebody's long piece on people are seeing what's happening with the Cleveland Cavaliers and how guys of different skills are laid out on this team. And, you know, NBA is kind of a big copycat league. So they look at the Cavs and they go, hey, it would be smart to set up a situation like this. I don't know what that means with the Lakers. I don't know. I don't really pay attention to them. Anyway, the Cavaliers last night beat the Dallas Mavericks by 43 points here at home. Cavs will be playing again tomorrow night, still here at home. They're going to play the Boston Celtics at 7:30. That's Rob's team. And 7 o'clock will be the pregame. Are you going to that game tomorrow night? Will you go and root for the Boston Celtics?
I can't do it, man. I told you, the first game I ever went to was against the Celtics here, and I just stayed quiet the entire time. So I didn't want to root for anybody. I didn't want to be the new guy rooting against the home team.
Okay. Who do they have, Kevin McHale?
No, he's retired now. I think Larry Bird is still
Larry
there.
Bird. Oh, good.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a trash talker.
Robert Parrish, I believe.
He's from French Lick, Indiana. You know,
he sure is.
Every town needs something to be proud of, and French Lick, Indiana, has Larry Bird. Wakarusa, Indiana, of course, has a very famous story about a cow named Contented Linda Grace. I don't know that I've ever told that here on the show, but it's compelling. Alan, please tell Kat Dobrodroshli. Okay,
Thank
what does that
you.
mean?
It means
hello?
welcome.
Welcome.
Like,
I probably
good of you to
slaughtered that
come,
word. Okay.
Literally.
Good of you to come. You know what? I've said that over the years many, many times. I would say that a lot in college. Yeah, because I was just happy to be there. And so I would express myself in a variety of languages.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Oh, that's awesome. So the Luka Doncic trade, the Myles Garrett thing, I heard.
Oh, boy.
I heard Stansbury talking about Myles Garrett, who wants out. And I understand why people are upset, but they certainly can't be shocked that he wants to leave. I mean, when a guy goes, hey, I want to get out of here because I want to win a Super Bowl, you're like, oh, ouch. I mean, everybody knows what the guy is saying, but he's like, I've been here long enough. How long has he been here? 8, 9 years, something like that?
Yeah, he's been around a while.
Yeah, a while, and everybody likes him. And I'll tell you what, though, I don't like the fact that they keep referring to him as a minority owner of the Cleveland Cavaliers. I think it's very, very rude. Can't we get to a point where we just judge people by the character of their convictions?
Oh, for God's sake.
What?
Alan Cox meant something different there, my friend. They meant he was not the majority owner.
I know what they meant.
He a part of the team.
I know what they meant.
Christ almighty.
Anyway, Myles Garrett puts out a big statement, and he saves the best for last. There's a lot of preamble. There's a lot of, hey, but I think everybody skipped down to the bottom where he says, with that in mind, I've requested to be traded from the Cleveland Browns. I have to think that there are other organizations that are probably clamoring to get a guy like this. It's not like he's going to be sitting around twiddling his thumbs. Again, I don't know anything about anything. But when you go, hey, I want to get out of here because I want to win the Super Bowl. I don't know what the analog of that in radio would be. I don't know. If somebody goes, hey, I want to get out of here because I want to start winning awards. I don't know. But that's all silly.
I think anyone who is holding his feet to the fire for like, oh, he's turning his back on Cleveland. Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I like this job just fine. Somebody calls me tomorrow and says, hey, man, you could be the absolute best at your job, and we're going to put you in the absolute best situation and pay you more money.
Yes.
You're vapor. You're gone.
Yes.
There isn't a person in the world that has that much loyalty to what they do that they would not take that opportunity.
Yeah.
Myles Garrett gave you 8 seasons, and he deserves anything that he wants to do, and everybody should root for him to do it. Period.
And I'm kind of getting that vibe. I think people are just super, super bummed. This is a town, obviously, that is well-versed in, the cream of the crop splitting. Really through no fault of their own. But now, if he was smart, and I'm not saying he's not, I'm just saying like strategically PR-wise, if this guy had gone the route of, let's say, staging a giant live television interview called The Decision, that might have been another way to go about it. And I think that people in Cleveland, there could have been patio parties and, but it'd been so fun.
But the Browns are saying that they have no intention of letting him out, and inevitably, that's their decision.
Oh, is
right?
that what they're saying?
Yeah, that was the first statement was, we're not, which again,
I didn't see their statement.
I'm going to call BS on all day long because I think they're doing that to keep his value up. They're doing that to say, okay, yeah, no, we're not going to trade him no matter what he wants. So these other teams are going to be like, okay, so now we have to come up with 2 first-round draft picks, or we have to come up with 3 first-round draft picks.
And why would you ever want to keep a guy that doesn't want to be there? I know it happens all the time, but
I think for that purpose, right? You see it all, like you just said a second ago. You see it all the time. Look at the situation down in Miami. We were just talking about last week, right? This is what these guys do. They're professional athletes, and the guys that are running these teams aren't idiots. Like they know there's a lot on the line right now with him. So you can either get a couple of guys who are current players that could probably really do well in Cleveland, or you grab a bunch of draft picks and you try to work your way up from there. These are the 2 options. Either way, you would be silly to not see this as an opportunity. As much as I hate to see Myles Garrett leave town, if there's an opportunity to make lemonade out of lemons, this is it, because you're going to have money. You can go out and buy up some players. You may actually have a shot at winning more than 3 freaking games next year.
But they're paying him a lot, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, again, at that point, they'll take on some of it, and because he asked to leave, that's gone. That's just money. There's a lot. There's so many ways to look at it, but I mean, if that guy wants to go someplace and win a Super Bowl, and that was the thing too, is Barry put out the statement. He was like, "Well, it was always the plan was always to be Cleveland to Canton." Myles Garrett's like, I never said that.
Right.
So if the guy wants out, you let him out.
Huh. Well, we'll see what happens. And I, as I am first and foremost a public servant of the airwaves, I will pretend to pay attention. How do you like that?
Well, I could just see right there. Your eyes glazed over for a couple of seconds, and then you popped right back with, yeah. I could tell you were listening.
No, listen, I love all the palace intrigue of professional sports. I love millionaires going back and forth about what they want to do, but this is still their life's work, right?
And in any job, we have, I mean, again, the money's way different, right? But we have 30, 40 years of time to work. These guys have a decade, sometimes a little bit more at best. The guy's a defensive player, 2-time defensive player of the year, takes a beating every single year. The body can only hold up for so long. They're not like the protected quarterbacks.
So you have a very narrow window
so
to make
your
things
money,
happen.
Win your Super Bowls, get in the Hall of Fame. You know what I mean? Like that's
why 8 years feels like an eternity.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We had 8 of his best years. If he's got 5 or 6 good ones left in him, go win a Super Bowl.
Yeah. I wonder how many years we've got left, right? Like Kat's got a lot of years ahead of her, right? I wonder how many years we have left.
Well, I suppose that depends on on how things go here, Alan.
We've devoted our lives to this godforsaken business, and it's been fun and all that, but I wonder, somebody wrote me an email and said, hey, this isn't like a big thing, but just a couple of coincidences in my life. Jesse writes me, and he goes, you did a death clock segment a while back using AI to determine when you were going to die. And mine said October the 18th. I forget what year. It was like 2069 or something. I would be close to 100 according to the information that I put in there. And Jesse goes, October 18th is my wife's birthday. And then you were talking about your FCC license. Remember we were going over those last week?
Mm-hmm.
You don't even need those anymore. And I pulled my old tattered FCC license out and mentioned that the date of that was October the 11th, which Jesse says is his and his wife's wedding anniversary. So he's like, I'm starting to put some things together with respect to the show that really have no impact on us. But so then I go, I wonder how many years are left. Are we in the Myles Garrett era of our careers?
God almighty.
Are these the best years?
I have to assume they are.
Yeah.
I need 20. I need 20 years. I've got, look at me. I've got 5.
You mean personally or professionally? You mean personally?
I mean, as long as I might only have 5 with my heart ticking. Who knows, man?
All right, well.
That's why I got that whole thing with the
closer
the
you get
clock.
to Kevin Stefanski.
That's right.
Get down to his weight. You'll be all right. I got money here. It's $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzer Bookie, as promised. First of 4 that you will get from me this afternoon. So don't waste them. Listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Pay. That's pay. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, baby, hit the show. Yeah. They didn't want to give Luka $70 million because they asked him to be 230. He showed up at camp at 260. I'll say what you wanted to say, but you can't say it. They thought he was going to be a big fat fatty. Big fat fatty. All right. I love you guys. Bye. Glad you're on the show now.
All right. Okay.
That 100% is true. They
thought he was going to be a big fatty fat.
Yeah, they're like,
fan.
dude, you're 270 pounds. He's like the 3rd heaviest guy in the NBA. They're like, yeah, man, this ain't going to work.
Yeah, but wasn't he still out there killing it?
Yeah, but imagine what's he going to do if he wasn't rotund?
The positively zaftig Luka Doncic back on the floor tonight for the Lakers. They're selling those jerseys, though. I mean, they're flying. And the great thing about his last name is the C's, Kat knows this, the C's have 2 different accents over them.
Yeah.
Those Slavic languages that get really weird. And you got to know what they are. I don't even know what those are called. The little marks above the C's. You have any marks above your name? Like your surname?
No, I don't. My last name, it got cut off, like, in one of the first World War. So it used to be Brankovic, and now it's just Brankov. So now a lot of people ask me if I'm Russian or something because I don't have an IC at the end of my name.
Right. My ex-wife's maiden name was Vunovic.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
But yeah, Luka's probably just eating too much good home cooking,
Is that what it is?
Probably.
I wonder if his wife's not Slavic, though. He probably married some
Probably-
Dallas chick with huge blonde hair, right?
Probably moved his mother in.
Yeah, the blonde hair is what's huge.
Right. All right.
He's got his mom there cooking for him. That's the problem.
So what would he be eating then? Like, what would she be filling him full of? Like dumplings and cabbage and things like that?
I mean, probably just lots of carbs and, just lots of good food. I mean, it's Slovenian, so I'm sure it has its own variations.
Carbs and good food. All right.
Mediterranean food. Yeah.
Well, that's good,
That's
though.
good for you,
That's
right?
right.
Lots of fishes.
They're one of them blue zones out there.
Uh-huh.
All right. You have to cook for your Yugoslavian Hawaiian boyfriend ever?
Yeah.
When you go out there?
Yeah, you got to mix it up.
Yeah. Meat dishes, soups, and vegetables is what this says. Honey, could you make me some soups? Some Balkan soups? Those would be delicious.
I'll bring some soup in to work.
I would imagine the pastries are fantastic, though.
Yeah, definitely. My mom is baking every single day.
Has she ever made, I don't know how to pronounce these, jganchi? Corn mush. Mom, can you make corn mush for us tonight?
I don't
Yum.
know about that, but yeah.
Potica, rolled dough cake. All right. Carniolan sausage. I'm not trying to go too deep here on the culinary
I
end.
never knock it until I try it,
Right. Stuffed dumplings. I mean, I love the meat. 237, right? 237. There's nothing more, Rob, that I love than a bunch of meat in my mouth.
Yeah.
You know me. Prosciutto. Hey. Cold cuts. What about the hot cuts?
I like meat by the fistful.
Yes.
Gabagool.
Gabagool. See? There you go.
See?
Yeah. All right.
I do want to say Cleveland is a great place for single people. I've had a lot of fun the past 2 years. But
I didn't know what he was talking about. We were talking last week about how Cleveland shows up on number 5 of the greatest cities in the United States for singles. Even though everybody here who's single is like, what the heck? Right? Exactly. What the hell are they talking about? It's so bad, Kat had to get a boyfriend in Portland or in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, Rob. Right? She's like, nobody here. I would rather find a half Yugoslavian, half Hawaiian guy.
Here,
Yeah.
On the West Coast.
Right.
I do want to say Cleveland is a great place for single people. I've had a lot of fun the past 2 years. But I was talking about the restraining order. There's, a couple times where I got pretty scared and like I don't know. I got a small collection of voicemails of angry, disappointed women for various reasons, usually drunk, and luckily I haven't had to file that restraining order yet.
He's got a variety of angry restraining order ladies? Is that what Is that what he said?
I don't know what he said. I lost
It's
him.
great being single, but I've had a handful of people that I thought I might have to get restraining orders on.
Man.
Wow, that is a flex.
That's the sound of the police.
Man. Hey, this chick's gonna kill me, and I wondered if maybe you guys could send somebody over. I've talked about it. I've dated a girl who tried to stab me in my own kitchen. That's how you know you've got yourself a passionate woman. You ever try to stab someone, Kat?
No, I have not.
Okay. Well, the
I
day
am
is young.
passionate.
The day is young, and
Yeah,
Rob
you
and I are
never
both
know.
here. All right. Yeah. Wow. Restraining
Speak
orders.
for yourself, dude. Alan's here. I don't want to get stabbed.
That's the sound of the police.
Nobody wants to get stabbed.
You said we're
but-
here till the end of the day.
Well-
I'm putting myself in the not stabbed side of this.
We only have plastic tiny knives in the kitchen.
There's got to be one of those stupid serrated ones they use for all the dumb cakes they buy around here.
It's the worst when they break.
Yeah, they're so thin. I'm going to kill you! And then it just goes snap. Yeah, you don't want that. Okay, well, hey, thank you, sir. That was a short message, but it really had a beginning, a middle, and an end. That was
Lot
like
there.
a little journey there. Hey, it's great to be single here. I have gotten a number of people that I thought were going to have restraining orders against, but he said not yet. So I guess that's something to look forward to for him. But who knows? It might not be those women. It might be him. We always assume because it's so stereotypical. Oh, these crazy chicks. But there's guys too. Everybody knows this. It might be something in him that inflames these violent passions. Think about that. I once had a girl tell me that I brought out the worst in her. Imagine that.
Only one?
No, a couple.
There you go.
That's where I was like, maybe it's me. Maybe it's me.
Walk with me, sunshine. It's a skippity-doo-da-da day. I'm the happiest girl in the whole U.S. of A.
That's why I have to have Brian serenade me. I'm going to take a break here. I will have tickets for you. You'll be talking to Kat to get these. Tickets for the Lit and Fuel tour. These guys are co-headlining. It's called Ignited We Stand. They're going to play MGM Northfield Park on the 21st of this month, so it's just a few Fridays away if you want to see those bands. 35192. Text me for anything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Let it run.
Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
The Buzzer. The home of the buzzer. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Time to get stuff away. Get stuff away.
All right, the guys in Lit and Fuel are going on a co-headlining run. I'm not sure who's in either of these bands these days. Ignited We Stand. That's the name of the tour. There's probably an opening band with them. It's Friday, February 21st. That is not far off, obviously, a couple of Fridays away. They're going to be out at MGM Northfield Park to play for you. You can go to Ticketmaster.com for all the information, tickets, and all that. Caller 10, these are yours. 2 for Lit and Fuel. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If you ever get the feeling that he doesn't love you,
don't you love me too?
Feel again. Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
Huge win last night at the Romo Fijo. Cavs over the Mavs. A big one. The first post-Luka Doncic game with the Mavs. 144-101 is the final. And your Cavs break the 40-win mark. They're at 40-9 right now. So out there still killing it. Rob was at Billy Gibbons last night at the House of Blues.
Sure was.
It was sold out.
It was. It was a great show.
He looks like he's 120 years old.
But in all fairness, when you look at pictures of him, he's looked like he's 120 years old for 50 years.
I guess that's true. That's the beauty of those beards is you kind of can't tell.
I mean, he came out, man, it was the rhinestone. It was everything that you wanted to see from a Billy Gibbons show.
Chris Layton playing the drums, I read.
Yep.
From Stevie Ray Vaughan and
yeah,
right?
Hell of a drummer.
You sent me that video and I couldn't tell who the drummer was, but I saw that everyone was seated in the front. That
First time I've ever seen, that wasn't the front, that was the whole floor. That was all the way back to the board.
Well, that's what I mean. The floor level was all seats.
Yeah, I could not, I've never seen that before. I was talking to Bob and he's like, I've never, ever seen a seated show.
I mean, I have, but not in a long time. I mean, I remember years ago, I was still on in Pittsburgh, and I was doing a broadcast from Seven Springs, which is a ski resort, and they had a big music venue, and that night, it was Eddie Money, and so they gave me a bunch of tickets, so me and a handful of friends went, and people got mad at us because we were standing up, just standing up. We weren't being crazy. We were standing up, and everyone around us was like complaining that we were standing. Sit down. I'm like, and Eddie Money's up there. Again, I'm not the world's biggest Eddie Money fan, but he was there, and we were there, and, puts on a decent show. And he's up there running around and killing it. Again, Billy Gibbons is not a guy who's running around the stage. But it's got to be weird to look down and see everybody sitting.
I would assume, but I mean, again, they're the ones that set those things up, right? So
yeah, I know.
He must have been like, yeah, let's have it be a seated. I mean, I will say, based on the average age of the room, sitting was a good thing.
No, I get it. I fully understand. It took me by surprise. I don't ever expect to see that. You know what I mean? And I was like, oh, that makes sense, but it just took me by surprise for a second.
Well, especially with how hard some of those songs rock too, right? Or even how much you want to tap a toe to legs.
I was going to say, there was a lot of toe tapping.
Oh, yeah. Head bopping. I was laughing. I was like, everybody's doing the exact same white guy head bob to the beat. You know what I mean? It's just like everyone's going. It was a great show. It was everything I wanted it to be. They played a lot off of Tres Hombres, which is my favorite album.
Okay.
It was really, really good.
Did he have an opener?
No.
Okay.
Nope. Cold stage. The intro comes on. I mean, dude, they did everything like ZZ Top, right?
That you'd want them to do.
Yeah, the guy that was playing bass, he was moving in step with Billy. They were doing bring the mic over the top, or the neck of the guitar over the top of the mic and walking into stuff. I mean, it was exactly what you would expect from that type of a show. But there was a couple of parts that were really kind of funny too, because you're talking to people that are sitting, right? You're talking to like this much older audience, and he was kind of doing the setup to a song, and I don't know if he just completely got lost in what he was doing, and that's where the age shows a tad. 75. He's like, yeah, I went to to the dollar store, and I was looking at all these colored stickers. There's a sticker for this color, there's a sticker for that color. And everybody's like looking around at each other, like, what the hell is this guy talking about? And he goes, I started thinking I was having an LSD trip because everything was colored items, and I had to look at the chart. And do you guys not have dollar stores like that here? And nobody did anything.
Like,
no one said anything. Yeah, no, it was just weird. Everybody,
Yeah.
It was quiet. And he goes, well, I mean, we all have Dollar Trees and Dollar Generals. And the guy sitting next to me goes, what's happening? And
a lot of clunky preamble for the songs.
So then he goes, well, basically what I'm saying is cheap sunglasses. And I was like, wow.
How did you get there? Now, I would have assumed that's where he was going
exactly.
with that. Yeah,
100%. But like, it was funny in the sense that he just had no idea. Like, if he had just started with, anybody been to a Dollar Tree? It's the best place to get your cheap sunglasses, and then go into the song.
Yeah.
Would have taken 30 seconds. But he went into this whole, like, I was taking LSD and colors were messing me up, and it was 99 cents, but that item was $3. And then we're like, and then, you could hear people making jokes in the crowd, like, oh, I can't wait till he talks about what he got at Target next. Just like that kind of
right. Yeah.
But it was really, honestly, man, it was such a good show.
So my car broke down, and I said, I'm going to walk to work? No, I'm not. I'm waiting for the bus.
I'm going to use my legs.
That's right. All right, this next one here, if you like that Tres Hombres album, there's two groups of people I like. And my friend says, what are those groups of people that I like? I like vodka drinkers and people who go to church. And I said, no way, man. I like beer drinkers and hell raisers. That's what the types of people I like. Oh, that is a good record, though.
It's
Tres
good,
Hombres.
man.
That was like their
good.
big breakthrough.
Yeah. Yeah, that
LaGrange.
Waiting on the bus.
Yeah.
I mean, that was what they opened with, really. I mean, they had a jam, like, just sort of played a little bit when they first started. And then they went into Waiting for the Bus. I was like, oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
And you just knew from that point. I mean, you close your eyes, man. You think you're listening to the record. He is so good. He still plays perfect. It's wild. Really, really wild.
I don't mind standing at shows. I was never a pit guy. I mean, most of the shows I go to are metal shows. So I've just gotten into the habit of when I go to see a show at the Agora, I always buy box tickets. I like being up a little bit. I like watching the floor, but I don't need to be down there on the floor. I never did, even back in the day. But like a show like this, I'm perfectly happy to stand for the duration of the show. I understand why they would have chairs down. But it was a good time.
It was a fun show to people watch, for sure.
Yeah.
Because it covered, I mean, you had a 17-year-old kid there all the way to like the 80-year-old guy. You know what I mean? Like everybody. And everybody's doing the same thing. It was just bopping and enjoying the music. It was good.
Was it a long show?
No, I split just before the end because I saw the set list before I got there. But,
you did? Okay.
Yeah, no, it was good, man. Really, really good.
All right, good. Well, a couple of months ago, a buddy of mine had a couple of tickets in the foundation room. He's like, hey, you want to go to Billy Gibbons? I'm like, I'm not paying $150 I had to go to Billy Gibbons. I mean, I love ZZ Top, but I'm not doing that. People are asking if we're having a big spike in our YouTube viewing because they want to see if Kat is good looking.
Oh, yeah, a little bit more than normal, but not much.
All right.
Does that mean step it up? We're telling people to get on so they can...
No, I'm not...
No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, people are... Anytime there's somebody new on camera, people want to see what's going on.
Speaking of, I don't know where she is. She took that winner. She may have quit.
Oh, okay. Did she already quit?
She already had enough. Took that one. She talked to one caller. She's like, I'm out.
Screw this.
That's it. I'm good.
Can Rob please do something about the live song that's playing all goddamn day on the app? I don't know what...
Oh, it's lightning crashes.
Is that what it is?
So many goddamn emails. This stupid app is the bane of my existence. I get 50 emails. I send 500 emails. I get... Oh, yeah, we're going to take care of that. We're gonna switch the fill from music back to promos. And then I get... Remember last week I told you there was those two songs. It was Kid Rock and something else. Mm-hmm. And then I said to the guy, what should I do? And he's like, well, take them out of the system. So you take them out of the system. Now you get live 85 times a day.
They're playing Lightning Crashes and Sweet Emotion over and over again.
Great, good.
See, I don't understand that.
Awesome.
I don't know why it just doesn't randomly pull various songs of the same general time.
I don't know, man.
Time length, I mean.
It is so frustrating.
Yeah.
And listen, I'm not even the one that's the end user of it, right? Like, imagine you're just trying to listen to the show, and you got to hear the most bumming, depressing rock song of all time. And new mother cries because her placenta fell on the floor. Who cares?
I mean, good song.
Great.
I don't want to hear it
Do you
over
want
and
to hear
over
it
again.
85 times a day?
Right. Al, don't forget sitting is the opposite of standing. I don't want people to forget that. That's true. At the Billy Gibbons.
Sitting is the opposite of standing. Sitting is the opposite of running around. Sitting is a wonderful thing to do because you sitting. Sitting is the opposite of standing on your head. Sitting is the opposite of hanging on me. But sitting is a wonderful thing to do. I got one thing to say. I think that sitting is something that people say it is bad. But you know that sitting is actually good because you deserve to relax.
Listen, man, health professionals will tell you that that's not true. They will tell you that sitting will lead you to an early grave. But at least he makes it sound fun. Why doesn't WMMS play more ZZ Top? I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why.
Was that my question to me?
I don't
As
know.
the program director,
I think that was
answer that question.
That might have been a rhetorical question. I don't know.
Maybe I should play more ZZ. I'll play a couple of rock blocks of ZZ Top on the weekends. Everybody.
Well, we do those 80s weekends. Like, that's when I came up with ZZ Top was Eliminator.
Yep.
Because it was on MTV. I knew they had been around for a while and they were having a new life on MTV. So it was later, like when I started doing classic rock radio, that I kind of went back and dug into the old ZZ Top stuff. But I came up with Eliminator and Afterburner. I was like every other kid that was like, oh my God, these guys have fuzzy guitars and hot chicks in this car and blah, blah, blah. But those are the songs that I'm nostalgic for. I like the really old stuff, but like when I hear Rough Boy, I pucker in a happy way.
Velcro Fly
yes,
and Sleeping
Velcro
Bag.
Fly. Velcro Fly, the video choreographed by one Paula Abdul.
Was it really?
Famously, yeah, back in the day. Because ZZ Top took a little bit of heat, too, because I thought, pretty seamlessly integrated, like, the keyboardy type stuff.
Well, then
Not every band could do that.
There was that video of them in the pink shirts and stuff, and that was where they got the heat, remember?
Yeah.
Dusty looked miserable in that video. He's like, this is just disgusting. Rock stars dressing like that.
Yeah.
Poor Dusty. Rip.
Hey, boys, it's Becky from Wayne County. I was calling last week. You were talking about Marilyn Manson because of incarceration. And a couple of years ago, I went to the Agora, and they gave me a tour and showed me in the basement where Marilyn Manson lived for a little while in the 90s. It's all cinder block. It just totally tracks for where he would, take up residence for a little bit. All right, bye.
I'd never heard that story. I have seen every nook and cranny of the Agora. I've been in every corner of that place. Nobody once ever said, and this is where Marilyn Manson used to live.
Well, I know Trent Reznor lived down there.
And nobody ever told me that.
I heard that one. I had never heard about Marilyn Manson, and I don't trust a thing that Becky from Wayne County says anymore.
Because now we're trying to listen. We're trying to decipher.
Uh-huh.
I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. That, to me, does not. It's so specific, so locally targeted. I don't think that she's alluding to an episode of The Office with that. Is there an episode of The Office where Marilyn Manson lived in the basement of the Agora in Cleveland, Ohio? Because I forgot that one. If that's one, but you're right. Now she's got us back on our heels.
Uh-huh.
And for that, we salute you.
The gal who cried wolf.
Hey, guys. I don't know, probably about 5 years ago, my wife and I saw Ian Anderson at Kane Park. And God, what a bunch of nerds his fans are. They're all old guys with tucked-in polo shirts, and they were all sitting. My wife was the only person standing up and dancing. We felt so bad for Ian, like putting up on this rocking show, and everybody's just sitting there. Take it easy, guys.
I wonder if he still stood on one leg and did the flute, right? Like he used to do Jethro Tull, Ian Anderson.
You don't lose that, man.
I've only seen one show ever at Kane Park, and it was maybe we'd been here a couple of years. And my wife is a huge Counting Crows fan, and so we were like, okay. So we went to Kane Park over on the east side, and you ever been there? The stage isn't huge, but they have like an orchestra pit in front. So you got to be careful because there's this big concrete pit, and then it kind of goes up this little hill. So it's one of those places where people can sit up on the hill, and some people have like a blanket down and a picnic basket, one of those kinds of places, right? So they're not booking Cannibal Corpse at King Park. They're booking like those kinds of, And so we went to go, it was Counting Crows, and I forget who else was with them. And we were in the front row. And so we're standing up, and everybody with us in the front row is standing up. And again, I'm there for my wife. I don't really care about these bands, but it's fine. They put in a good show. It was fine. It's like Semisonic and Counting Crows. I don't remember what it was. And so we're in the front. And I tend to look, if I'm in the front row, I want to crowd look a little bit. And so I turn around. Everyone behind us is sitting. Everyone is sitting. I'm like, wow.
Hey, down in front, Cox.
No, nobody really knew who I was. I mean, like I said, it was like 18 months into my tenure in Cleveland, and it was a pretty good show. But yeah, that's one. I mean, the venue should kind of tell you what the crowd is going to be, especially those bands. You might have, like Rob said, you might have a couple of outliers. You might have a couple of 17-year-old kids who are at a ZZ Top show because their dad was into them or their mom and they're learning to play the guitar or whatever it is. But that's clearly not the bulk of who's going to be there. Most people who are there are going to want to sit down.
Was Train the other band on that tour?
It might have been.
I think I saw that in Rhode Island.
Might have been.
Yeah, and did the Counting Crows suck?
No. Listen, I was still picturing, his name's completely escaping me. Who's the guy? Adam Duritz.
Adam Duritz.
I was picturing Adam Duritz from like 1994, and it wasn't. It was Adam Duritz in 2012. Which is fine.
And if he lost a significant amount of weight,
he would look like
himself.
himself from 30 years ago. No, but I think he had chopped the dreads off by then, and so he just looked very different. His voice was great, but again, those songs are not, they don't like hit me where it hits my wife, and so that's fine. It wasn't a bad show, but everyone behind us was sitting down.
He must have been having an off night or something then, because when we saw him, he sounded terrible. On top of looking big, he sounded like crap.
No, he sounded all right. I mean, when we saw him, as I recall.
Yeah. Every lyric, every song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, you look at the guy and you go, man, back in the day, this guy was inside half the cast of Friends.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was like the guy for a while, right? He was inside Nona Ryder. He was inside Jen Aniston. And Courtney Cox, I think.
At the same time.
Well.
No, I mean, generally the same time, not the exact moment.
Same era.
Yes.
Right. Boy, that would have been a flex.
Things.
That would have been a real flex.
That's the three-way you got. You got the two hot chicks from Friends, same time. Imagine that.
Lisa Kudrow's just standing in the corner filming. She's like, I'm married, I'm older than the rest. Like, Kudrow was like 10 years older than the rest of the cast, He's just filming.
You guys need anything? I'm going to get some waters.
But again, Counting Crows is also one of those bands that for whatever reason, maybe they've loosened it up, but there was a period of time where I think he took himself very seriously. And so you'd see them, and people would complain like they didn't play the songs everyone knows. These bands that are like, we're not going to play the songs you came to see us play. Like they have an adversarial relationship with their fans, which feels weird. But listen, if you have a couple of hit songs, you're super lucky because some bands never have one. And I'm sure you get tired of playing it, but you play it. Like Radiohead goes, we're not going to play Creep. Okay, that's fine. Their fan base loves a ton of their songs. It's not really representative of their sound, so I get it. But when a band like Counting Crows goes, we're not going to play Mr. Jones. People are like, dude.
How about Hanging Around? Can you play that one?
Are you going to play Einstein Standing on a Beach? Because that's the one song I like. Yeah. So, anywho. Hey, listen, you pays your money and you takes your choice. I mean, that's the beauty part of going to see a show.
Your co-host.
Nothing is preordained.
Your co-host for 2 hours to midnight just texted me. Pat Butler.
Yes.
My buddy does security at the Agora, and he has told me about Marilyn Manson living there.
All right, well, now I know.
Now we know.
Now we know. I had never heard that story before, but I guess I can't say that anymore. So
and that's another check in the Becky doesn't always lie to us column.
Well, she did only lie to us once, and we really ran with that ball.
Mm-hmm.
Because
that's what I mean.
I felt so betrayed is too strong of a word. We have no relationship with Becky. She owes us nothing. I felt stupid. I'll come around and say it. Felt really stupid. And who likes feeling stupid? Not this guy.
I was going to say.
Who has two thumbs and doesn't like feeling stupid?
I'm used to it.
All right, I got a break. Hey, I'm going to talk to Whitney Cummings. She hasn't been on the show in a minute, but I have tickets to see her at the aforementioned Agora all week, right around 3:20. So I'll talk to her on the phone here next. She's playing the 28th of this month over there, her Big Baby Tour. The second leg of that begins, I think, on Thursday, and she'll come to Cleveland end of the month. So I will have more than 6 but fewer than 10 minutes with Whitney Cummings. More money for you as well. After I talk to her, I'll have another keyword to get you $1,000 around 3:30 from the Buzzard Bookie.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. Every September, the biggest superstars from all genres of music play a festival that is like no other on the planet.
The iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Returning to Las Vegas.
2 epic nights.
September 19th and 20th.
On one stage.
For its 15th year.
I can't believe it actually happened.
And these artists have all been part of it.
Taylor Swift.
Kenny Chesney.
Billie Eilish.
Jay-Z.
Jennifer Lopez.
Coldplay.
Carrie Underwood.
Foo Fighters.
Megan Thee Stallion.
Luke Combs.
Elton John.
Green Day.
Justin Timberlake.
Rihanna.
U2.
Tim McGraw.
Mariah Carey.
Paul McCartney. The Weeknd.
They've all been there.
Now, make this the year you go to.
Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets starting this Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific for 24 hours only or while supplies last.
Go to iHeartRadio.com/festival to buy yours before this year's lineup is announced.
And we'll see you in Las Vegas
For our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
presented by Capital One.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Overnight, a chance of rain showers, then snow showers, then freezing rain. Overnight low 25. Tomorrow, it'll be partly sunny with a high of 28. Then
I mean, look, weed became legal in California, and everyone's like, it's natural, it's better for you, and I bought into all that. And then, my hair was blue, and I was like, oh, no, this is not good.
Well, you found out for yourself, I guess.
Exactly. So, yeah, I'm off. I mean, look, weed being legal, Godspeed. It was not a match for my brain.
I know it's a month late, but kudos on the I was watching the New Year's Eve thing on CNN with you in the Andes, and it was fantastic.
Oh, good. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, look, it's like I didn't think it was going to hit that much of a nerve. I just kind of thought, like, all right, like, this is what I think is funny, and it's live, and it's on CNN, so, to make fun of the right on CNN is, like, hacky. So I was like, let me just, I don't know, it's going to be 11 o'clock on New Year's Eve. Is anyone even going to see this? And, it ended up striking a nerve. So I didn't realize how many other people were just as fed up as I was. But that's what comedy does. It makes everyone go like, yeah, us too. And it's like, oh, cool, good. We're not crazy. I'm not losing my mind.
Well, also being a comic, there are so many situations in which you are not live that it would be, there's no way you could let an opportunity like that go.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's really it these days. You really have to, like, pick your moments and go, like, okay, I get to do this live every night, but it's not, obviously streaming everywhere, and there's not as much danger, especially when it's people that have come to see you. So I was like, ooh, I have, like, a very distinct opportunity to do something or say something kind of, risky, and that doesn't happen very often. So I was psyched that they gave me that opportunity. I'm not sure I'll get it again, but it was one of those kind of once in a lifetime moments.
I know you're smart enough and funny enough to avoid a lot of the pitfalls of worrying about this, but I'll put it to you this way. Was there a concern when you became a mom where you were like, I really don't want my act to become all about that?
Yeah, no, not at all. I think that, like, it stems from that. Like, I'm definitely not like, come hear my mom jokes. It's more like, oh, I'm so grateful that my brain has changed since having a kid. I no longer think I'm the center of the universe, which is very refreshing.
Yeah.
And I now know that I am just a cow that, has had half of her brain eaten by this child. But I do think, like, it's hard as a comedian to mature, because we get to be silly and we're on the road and we sort of advertise our mistakes. And so, sometimes we sort of glorify being immature and irresponsible and, because it's funnier. And once you have a kid, you're like, I have to find a different way, in a more mature way. And I think that, it's nice to, like, have fans sort of come back and go like, yeah, I became a mom 10 years ago and, like, stop relating to you, but, like, we're back, so
right.
It's like, it's really cool because I started doing stand-up, like, when I was 26 years old. Like, I'm sure I said a lot of stupid stuff. And I'm excited to just be, like, less stupid and less insane because, comedians, like, the media has gotten so off base that we've become the voice of reason, which is shocking. But, we've become the voice of sanity in a weird way. And, like, so we all have to, like, make sure we have to be sane. So, having a kid definitely was sort of the first step in the right direction of sanity. And so I'm psyched to just show everybody, like, this new version of myself.
It is weird. You mentioned that. It's funny that I feel like the reason comedians have such a spotlight on them now is because they really are among the last people who can say whatever they think and put it however they want. And there are so fewer opportunities, seemingly, to do that everybody laser focuses on what should otherwise just be goofy thoughts and musings.
Yeah, I think that, like, look, I think there's just so many different kinds of, I think people, like, there's so many comedians now, and there's so much comedy. I think that's a good thing. I think there's a spectrum, like, there's, like, you go on YouTube and you go on Instagram and whatever, TikTok, there's these comics that do, like, crowd work and all that, which I like to do too in a different way, but, like, and then you've got Bill Burr, and then you've got Rogan, and you've got people talking about really serious stuff. I think, like, the harder life gets, the more we need to cope with comedy, and so we need it more than ever. And I'm just really grateful that I get to go on the road and do it in person, because that's where you really know what's funny. If you just put something online, I've said in a podcast, I'm like, I don't know if this is going to go well. Like, you're supposed to tell a joke and hear right then and there if it works. Like, I don't know if it's going to work tomorrow morning when someone's driving to work, like, I hope it does. I guess we'll find out on Reddit later, so it's a wild time. But, like, at the end of the day, like, comedy really is supposed to be, like, in person, 7, 8 p.m., a bunch of strangers in one room. Like, that's what keeps me going. Because, at a time where, like, people are so divided, I don't think they are. If you go into a comedy show and you see 2,000, 3,000 people in a room all laughing at the same stuff, hearing opinions that might not be theirs, you're like, people are reasonable. Like, this is like, they're just not on Twitter at 2 in the morning.
Well, not only that, but laughter is involuntary, right? You don't really choose, like your brain tells you what you think is funny in that moment. So this notion that there's like some predetermined kind of thing that's funny, I think it feels false.
Yeah, and I think that, look, so many things are false now that it's like, we're in this place where we're just like, what's real, what's true, what's false? We're like questioning, like, media. You look at photos now, you're like, is that, I don't know, did the pyramids have graffiti on them? I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like with AI, you're like, hold on, Kamala and Trump went to the beach together? When was this? So it's, we're in a battle more than ever, like, of what's true and what's false. And, like, I'm not a journalist. I'm not here to tell you what's true or false. I'm here to tell you what, like, makes sense to me, and then you find your people that way,
Yeah. Whitney Cummings is doing the Big Baby Tour. The second half of this starts in a couple of days, yeah?
Yeah, it starts. I'll be in California, then I go to Florida, and then I'm in Phoenix. I'm all over the place. Also, after California caught on fire, I'm really considering new places to live. So I will also be looking at real estate on the tour.
Right. So Whitney's going to be looking at a lot of Zillow in every city that she goes to. So if you're a local real estate agent in any of these cities, find out where she's going to be. She's here in Cleveland the last day of this month at the Agora. You can go to agoracleveland.com for the details on it. Whitney, thank you so much. Good luck out there. Good luck with the youngin', and we'll talk again, okay?
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
More than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes. With somebody on the phone.
All right. You can also go to whitneycummings.com, by the way. If you want to get yourself some cash right here, and who doesn't, as promised, you get a handful of these the remainder of today, and then tomorrow morning we'll start all over again, the 9 o'clock hour with RMG. $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie right now. This is your latest shot to grab this, so good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Saw my boys in Gojira got themselves a Grammy. I don't know how exciting that is for them, but it's some kind of recognition. I think that more than any other, maybe not more than any other category, but the one that I pay the closest attention to, over the years, the medal category for the Grammys has gotten its share of mockery. Famously, they picked Jethro Tull many years ago over Metallica. Speaking of Ian Anderson, anytime Ian Anderson and Jethro Tull go on tour, they can bill themselves as medal Grammy winners, and then he gets up there and plays the flute. But Gojira won for that song they played at the front of the Olympics there in Paris. Where they had the, like, Marie Antoinette head singing. They beat Judas Priest, Knock Loose, Metallica themselves, and Spirit Box. The Beatles won Best Rock Performance.
For AI.
For Now and... I don't know what Now and Then is. Is that where they take John Lennon's vocals?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I vaguely remember us discussing that when it happened, but I don't...
Basically an AI track. Yeah, just won a Grammy. That's fantastic, isn't it?
St. Vincent won for Best Rock Song. She beat out the Black Keys and Pearl Jam. Rolling Stones' latest album got Best Rock Album. That's Hackney Diamonds. And then on and on and on. Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross did not win a Grammy this year. Those guys, their shelves are getting pretty full. They were nominated for that movie Challengers. Isn't that the Zendaya tennis threesome movie? I did. Kat, did you see Challengers?
No, I haven't, but I should.
You know what I'm talking
because
about, though,
I've played
right?
Tennis my whole life. It's one of my favorite sports.
You played tennis. All right. Well, I didn't see it, but I'm terrible at tennis. I dated a girl in college who was like a prodigy, and she was always trying to teach me. And I would chalk it up to being left-handed, which sounds ridiculous, but at the time I was like, it's because I'm left-handed. You know, I'm sure there's plenty of left-handed
You should
tennis
have
players.
more of an advantage because you got a stronger left forehand, which is usually people's backhand.
This is what she was probably telling me if I could remember that far back. But no, I was terrible at tennis. I thought I'd be great because I'm a drummer. I'm like hand-eye coordination. That's real good in a variety of situations. And for whatever reason, tennis is not my game. I mean, I didn't find it all that compelling to begin with, but people who are really good at it, I'm impressed by people who are good at anything. And so tennis, not for me. But anyway, challengers, a little bit, by the way, off the beaten path for Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross in the sense of the movies that they're usually scoring. But they were nominated for a Grammy, and they got beat by Hans Zimmer, who scored the Dune sequel. So anyway, I'm not going too deep in the weeds here, but Gojira got themselves the Metal Grammy for the song Mea Culpa, which is what they opened the Olympics with in Paris, which is impressive for them. Now, of course, I didn't watch the Grammys, but what most people are talking about is Kanye's wife. Now, I thought these two were divorced. That shows you how much I'm paying attention to any of this. I feel like I've seen Kanye's wife naked more than I've ever seen my own wife naked. And it's always like against my will. I see this woman naked and I go, I didn't go looking for this. It's fine. She's thick in the right spots. I think she's cute. She always looks like she's in a hostage video, you know, because the speculation is that she's not doing this of her own free will. There's this narrative out there that Kanye is some kind of guru and he exerts mind control. I mean, the guy can barely put a sentence together, but okay, he exerts mind control over his wife. Bianca Censori is his wife, and I thought they were divorced. And they're on the red carpet at the Grammys. And the rumors were that they were then kicked out of the Grammys because her dress, she's essentially naked. We've all seen this, yes?
Yeah.
She's essentially naked, and she has kind of like a thin, she walks on the red carpet wearing a fur coat, and then she turns her back, and Kanye's standing there with his back. This is just and then she slowly takes this fur coat off, and she's essentially wearing like a nude-colored mesh dress, but she's completely naked underneath. And this was all over Instagram. The same Instagram that makes you call the word sex, segs, or you have to, you know, people know this if you post a lot of Instagram that your captions have to be words that aren't going to trigger whatever their things are. This was all over Instagram. And then people started talking about how they got kicked out of the Grammys or blah, 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 because it was inappropriate. People who were there were like, they didn't get kicked out. They walked the red carpet, and then they got in their car and split. They didn't even go to the Grammys. They went for the photo op. So it was kind of like, if you remember the scene in The Naked Gun a long time ago where they're both wearing the body condoms, that's kind of what it reminded me of. But that's what people are talking about. I would prefer people were talking about like new Kanye music, but he trots this woman out, and it really gets a lot of people worked up. Now, the only two people who know what's going on with those two are Kanye and Bianca Censori. But she certainly always looks like she just kind of has this vacant look on her face. And obviously people can read into that a lot. Before this, what everybody was getting worked up about was that Will Smith was going to be presenting at the Grammys. A week ago, that was the story that was freaking people out. They were like, last time we saw him, he punched Chris Rock at the Oscars, whatever. And was it the Oscars where he slapped Chris Rock?
Yeah.
And now he's going to be presenting at the Grammys or blah, blah, blah. So then Kanye's wife and then Will Smith's kid.
Oh, my God.
Jaden Smith, who is wearing a house on his head. He's wearing like a makeshift castle. He's wearing Louis Vuitton clothes, but he's wearing a makeshift castle on his head. And all I think about is, imagine you're sitting behind him at the Grammys. You know,
it's like you at that Counting Crows concert.
Like that's where my brain goes. Not on the artistic end of it, because so he's in a black and white suit and he's wearing a castle on his head. I mean, that's how you get people talking about you again, I guess. I mean, I don't know the last time anybody thought about Jaden Smith, but you get people talking about you again. Nobody's talking about Kanye for his music, so he tells his wife, you're going to walk out there naked. But at the very least, you know, people who are constantly posting content on social media and have to figure out, like, day by day what they can do and what they can't do. It's got to be pretty frustrating when you look and you go, oh, there's Kanye. Like, on major accounts. It's not like a guy who was there posted it. You know, it's like Rolling Stone or, you know, posting Kanye's naked wife.
But do you know what the significance of the house was? Because I couldn't find that anywhere.
Of Jaden Smith's castle?
Yeah.
I don't.
Sorry, the castle.
I thought maybe he was in the next season of Wednesday or something. I don't know.
So stupid.
I don't know. Hey, Joe.
Hello there.
What
How
up?
y'all doing?
What's up, man?
Nothing. Hey, you just talking about, you probably changed the subject already, but did you say something about your father's having his birthday or something like that just a minute ago? I just tuned in.
I did not.
You did not? Okay.
No.
So I must be running behind on something right here on the radio program.
Are you listening on the
Rob,
app, Joe?
How you doing?
Hey, Joe.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, that was my dad's birthday would have been last week.
Yes, it's probably a podcast.
Okay,
You're probably listening to the podcast.
And you should have, is he still alive?
I'm sorry?
May I ask you, is he still alive?
No, that's why I said he would have been 80. Past tense.
Oh, see, that's what I missed. That's why I called in, because I missed something. I had to go up and get another beer.
Tracks?
just kidding.
What did you miss, Joe? Why were you calling me?
Condolences on your father's passing away. And no, I called because I really liked your show. I like talking to Kat. She was very friendly, too.
See?
She needs a raise, by the way.
She needs a raise.
And,
day one, Joe. Yeah. Okay.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, she is a sweetheart.
All right.
Yeah. And
Joe's really going in on
her.
Kat.
Sure is.
Yep. Well, why were you calling me,
I'm
Joe?
not-
I get the sense you were calling to complain about something.
Negative. I never complain about nothing.
Oh, okay.
I'm just calling to congratulate you on having Rob there on your show and a new phone screener.
Yep.
It's awesome.
Yep.
It's hard for me to get on the program sometime, you know.
Doesn't seem like it.
Talking off iPhone.
Okay, thank you. There's Joe out in Orville. I don't know what the hell is going on. Kat, when he called, what did he say?
He said you didn't do something for his dad's birthday, and then you said some other things.
I didn't do something for his dad's birthday? How the hell would I know his dad's birthday?
That was fantastic. My favorite part was I had to go up and get another beer. That checks
Me
out.
too. That was personally my favorite.
Yeah, well,
Checks out.
Listen, that guy, he needed another beer. I'm not telling him what to do. I'm just trying to follow along. All right, thank you, Joe. It's appreciate it. All right, I got to take a break here. Hey, you want to get tickets? The Outlaw Music Festival. This is the 10th anniversary for this. Willie Nelson in the pole position. Then you got Bob Dylan and Nathaniel Ratliff and the Night Sweats. Bruce Hornsby and Myron Elkins, young dude who's making a name for himself. And these are not on sale until Friday morning, so you'll get them early from me all this week. The 10th anniversary tour for the Outlaw Music Festival is set to go off at Blossom on June 21st. Fingers crossed that Willie doesn't pass away before then. Anything can happen. So we'll come back and I will have those tickets for you. Want to text me for anything, 35192. You can watch on our YouTube channel and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
This weekend, the Buzzard takes you back.
We're sending you back
to a decade fueled by
powdered cocaine used for sniffing
and by
Aquanet. You can't buy a better holding hairspray.
Welcome back.
You'll be back.
To the 80s.
It's terrific.
Might as well jump. We'll even pull out the old make-out mixtapes. Back up the Buzzard. All
ladies. All weekend on 100.7 WMMS.
Monster Jam, Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, February 14th through 16th.
Hey, it's Rob. Boost Mobile built America's newest 5G network and made it easier than ever to switch. And when you do, you can get a free Galaxy A15 5G. Need to hook up the whole family? Well, with Boost Mobile, you can get 4 unlimited lines and 4 free 5G phones for only $100 a month. To switch, head to your local Boost Mobile store today and get your free Galaxy A15 5G or 4 unlimited lines and 5G phones for $100 a month. New customers only. Requires auto pay and ID verification. Other restrictions apply. See participating dealers for details.
Hurry up, dude. The game's about to start.
Nothing beats spending the day watching the game with your buddies.
Dude, I'm literally right here. Let's do this.
Which is why a shelter insurance renter's policy is key to your winning game plan. It protects things your landlord's policy doesn't.
Dude, where's your TV? What? No way, dude.
Like that flat screen TV that just got stolen. To draft an agent for your team, visit shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
Bowl over your appetite at GetGo Cafe and Market. Order mashed potato bowls, warm filling options like chicken dinner, chicken pot pie, or boski kielbasa. Build your own with mashed potatoes and all the ingredients that satisfy you most. Turn up the heat and the sweet with GetGo's new sweet and spicy chicken sandwich. A spicy chicken filet with Market District's hot honey, melted cheddar, and crispy bacon on a pretzel bun. Try the sweet and spicy chicken sandwich today at GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture with daily use.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing
Cosmic Sub Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give stuff away. 'Cause I love you, Alan. And it's time to give stuff away.
All right, Willie Nelson and his cohort are celebrating the 10th anniversary tour for the Outlaw Music Festival. It's going to happen Saturday, June 21st, out here at Blossom. These are not on sale until Friday morning at 10 a.m. There is a WMMS pre-sale, so make sure you hit up the contest page there at WMMS.com. Use the promo code DUET when you get into that, and you can win them from me all this week. Willie Nelson, Bob Dylan, Nathaniel Ratliff and the Night Sweats, Bruce Hornsby and the Noisemakers, and a young man named Myron Elkins, who's been taken under their collective wing. It's going to happen Saturday, June 21st, out at Blossom. LiveNation.com has all the info. You get my first pair of tickets this week. I'll probably see you there. Good luck. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He's been called a waste of space before, but now it's official. Alan Cox.
To occupy the city.
On 100.7 WMMS.
How's she doing back there?
She's doing great.
Okay.
Dealing with the
Cat is our new phone
the
screen.
masses.
Yep. It's a lot for day one.
And I love it because our boy Connor's here. He's doing the, I think, Doomblatty stuff. So he's back there helping out, which is fantastic.
Okay, good. Well, he's got a steady hand, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, the Cavaliers win big last night over the Dallas Mavericks. They shipped Luka to the Lakers, so this is their first outing to see how they would do, and it wasn't that great. Who's like the number 2 guy on the Mavs?
Oh, I don't know.
All right.
I don't know.
Dennis Rodman?
No, I think he's. I think he also retired.
Oh,
I think.
The Worm?
I mean, there's no way to know.
Okay. Well, yeah. So Rodman's not there.
No?
Nowitzki's gone, right? He ain't there anymore.
No.
Okay. Well, I don't know who they have.
I'm surprised Anthony Davis wasn't there. Like you would. I mean, that happened over the weekend. Well, no, I guess you'd probably need some travel time.
But was Luka playing for the Lakers?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure.
You give him like a day or so. The app is currently playing lightning crashes.
No.
I'm told.
No.
Now, remember the scene in The Clockwork Orange where Malcolm McDowell is strapped to the chair? That's how I feel about live right now. All right, well, listen.
I mean, listen, check your location settings, and then just, I hate to keep saying stupid things, stop and like restart the stream or open and close the app and see if it goes. I don't know what the hell else to say.
And plug it back in.
I'm literally giving these dumbass IT things. You try unplugging it first? Did you log out? Log back in? So stupid.
Mm-hmm. Well, anyway, that's one way to help.
Sorry, everybody.
It's not your fault.
I still
What are we apologizing? What are we apologizing for? We're responsible for this dog and pony show.
Very true.
Not the app. Anyway, Cavs over the Mavs last night, 144-101. That's what you call a routing, a sizable victory. And then the Cavs will stick around to play the Celtics here at home tomorrow night. 7:30 is your tip-off. 7 o'clock is pregame coverage. And then they will hit the road for a bit. They'll play the Pistons. They'll go to D.C. to play the Wizards. Come back home and play the Timberwolves. As we are now in February, you want to make sure that you're pivoting to the new promo code over at CLE Clothing Company you want to use, Arcade, for 20% off. At CLE Clothing Company. Short month, yeah, but you can use it however often you want to. Kyrie Irving is their number 2. Wow, I forgot all about Kyrie Irving. Kyrie on the Mavericks. Remember that guy. Thank you, Paul in Detroit. And Klay Thompson is there too. Tristan Thompson, by the way, who plays for the Lakers, he thought he was getting punked when he got the text. I was reading an article, and they said that Tristan Thompson was sitting at home watching Seinfeld reruns. And he got the text. And, you know, there's so much trolling and everything in professional sports that he was trying to track down whether or not it was true that Luka was coming to the Lakers. And
I think that was everyone's reaction.
that he was saying that. He's like, nobody seemed to know right now because it broke on some social media account. He's like, there's so many of those, obviously, that are fake that we couldn't determine if it was legit or not. And so, listen, radio is not the only business where you're not informed about something that's going to happen on your own team until the last minute. It happens in professional sports, too. Alan, all you have to do is pause the app and then unpause, and the music stops.
Well, there you go. See?
There.
That must be from our IT department, right?
No,
No?
it's from a listener.
Oh, okay.
No. This is us crowdsourcing the troubleshooting here on the iHeartRadio app. There is what I saw referred to as the Ferrari of viruses is going around right now. You know, there's a huge TB outbreak in Kansas. They just found a strain of bird flu that they had never seen before in California, I think. Not in a person, but it required them to murder about 19,000 birds. They had to cull this whole flock because they had seen a strain of bird flu they had never seen before. There's a TB outbreak in my old stomping grounds of Kalamazoo, Michigan, I saw over the weekend, too. And this is the time of the year that the Norovirus is really tearing its way through the country. You know, wintertime, people get sick, especially if you have a small child in school. That's just like a goddamn petri dish. So your kids are always coming home with something. With this particular Norovirus, they nicknamed the Ferrari of viruses, hitting Americans in record numbers. This is a report from the CDC, which I guess we still have as of today. Of course, your lead story on these kinds of viruses, violent diarrhea. Violent. I love it. Violent. I mean, regular diarrhea is no fun. I don't know why violent has to precede it. You know, you just rattle off the big D and people go, oof, that sucks. That is, right? You go, that's no fun. I don't need violent. You get this image of it thrashing you around the bathroom.
Well, maybe it is.
Thrashing people around the bathroom. Vomiting. Stomach pain. Now, when they say severe, I get that. Why are they using violent?
Well, because it's probably, I'm trying to think of a nice way to say it. Like the type that'll launch you. You know what I mean?
I see.
And I think
it'll take you for a ride.
Like the horrible pain type of diarrhea.
Like a real bowl gripper.
But is it a
You're
bad case?
You're holding on, huh?
Is it also a bad case of diarrhea?
I mean, like those Japanese girls?
Right.
You mean?
I have a bad case of diarrhea.
I guess the word violent doesn't translate directly to Japanese.
Yeah, violent to me just means like you ain't going anywhere for a while and it's going to hurt. Like you just sit there and wait. Eventually it'll stop.
See, this is why there are groups of people who say language is violence, right? Language can be violence.
Mm-hmm.
And I know what they mean, but of course not true. But diarrhea, I don't believe, can also be violence.
Oh, I don't know.
It can hurt. Boy, it can hurt. Couldn't tell you the last time I had it, but it can hurt.
The last time you had diarrhea?
Couldn't tell you.
You don't remember? Really? Oh, well, yeah, you're
I mean, I haven't, I'm extraordinarily regular. I haven't vomited in years, other than on a couple of occasions over the past couple of years just being violently drunk. I will put violent in front of that. Just crazy drunk, you know, when you go home and you sleep on the bathroom floor.
Yep.
But the Norovirus has not exacted any revenge on my upper or lower GI that I can recall.
I'm impressed that you cannot remember the last time you had a...
I know some people it's like a way of life. I'm not one of those people. So maybe I'm just dancing between the raindrops. I don't know.
Eat too much ice cream. Nothing ever happens.
Well, I definitely don't eat too much ice cream.
I don't know.
I would love to. I would love to. I buy ice cream. I did it over the weekend. Kat, you have anything like that? You like lactose intolerant or anything like that?
Thank God I'm not.
Right. You can.
I love me some ice cream.
Okay, so whatever you want to eat, other than like things that you're not going to eat because you want to keep yourself in a certain way or whatever, you can eat whatever you want. Yeah.
I mean, I would say in general, I have a pretty good metabolism. I grew up with an athlete, but the older I get, I don't think we can always eat whatever we want to eat. I've been trying to be balanced. I think that's the key word there.
Balanced. Okay. See, this is kind of in line with what I'm talking about. I bought ice cream over the weekend. I bought a pint. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to house this thing. It's the weekend. It's the freaking weekend. And baby, I'm about to have me some fun. So I buy myself a pint of Ben & Jerry's. It's still in the freezer.
What is wrong with you?
That's what I'm saying. Every time it came time for me to do it, I was like, first of all, I can't down the pints like I used to be able to. I used to house a pint of ice cream. It's not a lot. It's a pint. I can't do that anymore. Even when I try to do it, I'll tap out like halfway through. But I still haven't gotten to it. And you can't sit on those forever because they'll get chalky and they'll get gross. So it really is. That pint of Ben & Jerry's in my freezer right now, it's a ticking time bomb.
What kind?
New York Super Fudge Chunk.
And you just let it sit there.
Now, normally, I will go for the Mitchell's Wild Berry Crumble. That's vanilla. It's got some pie crust in it. It's super sweet, but I love it. But this particular night, I was like, I'm feeling chocolate. I want some chocolate. So I went for the New York Super Fudge Chunk. An OG Ben & Jerry flavor. I was eating this 30 years ago, right? I still haven't gotten to it. So as I'm saying this right now, I'm thinking, I got to eat this tonight. So tomorrow morning, Rob, I might be...
And the squirts.
I might be stricken.
But if you were to do that, you're saying it really wouldn't wreak havoc on you, seeing as though you're so militant the way you eat?
No, it would not. Wow.
Yeah, if I ate a full pint of ice cream, I got an issue.
I also, as a callback here, for people who are scoring their bingo card at home, I also had, because I was thinking of you, and I'm like, Rob's going to call me a pussy if I don't do it. I had 2 bowls of marshmallow Fruity Pebbles on Saturday morning. I had 2 bowls.
My man. And did the world end?
2. The world did not end.
Did you feel bad about yourself?
It was so sweet that, like, by noon, I was starting to cramp. Daddy went a-courting, and he did ride. And it was, so that was it from, I don't think I ate again until dinner. But I had 2 bowls. And as I'm doing it, I'm like, who am I trying to impress? And I go, well, this way I can tell Rob, and he won't call me a pussy.
And it was like a legit cereal, too. Like, you didn't, like, double down on Raisin Bran. Like, you went for it. You went for the sweets.
I'm not going to do the Raisin Bran. But
proud of you, man.
But why?
It's baby steps.
Everybody's like, oh, it's so fun. Is it?
Yeah.
Is it fun?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Got violent diarrhea?
No, you didn't. See, you don't get violent diarrhea.
No, but this is what people are, the people who are like, yeah, well, I get the whatever, but it's so good. Is it? I don't know that anything's that good.
I don't know, man. Like, if you told me that every time I had a specific cereal or ice cream or something, I'd have the squirts for a day, it would totally be worth it. I would do it.
I just like that they're calling this the Ferrari of viruses. I like that. They had to put a qualifier on it. Honey, I hate to tell you this, I got the Honda of syphilis. All right?
Honey, you couldn't get the Ferrari.
I checked my chart today. I got an email from the Cleveland Clinic. I've got the Kia of herpes.
Well, the
honey.
good news is, honey, they're way cheaper to maintain.
Yeah. I got the Ford of tumors. Just attaching. There's a kid, by the way. We have never once gotten on our farts are juvenile high horse. Or take notes, Kat. We will never, ever get on our farts are juvenile high horse and judge people because we love them. Not to be around them, but to hear them. There's a kid who is, where is this kid? Oh, an 8-year-old There was a mass shooting. You might recall this. We talked about it at the time in Detroit last year. There was a mass shooting at a splash pad. This is a summertime drive-by. 9 people got injured, including a little boy. Nobody died. Everybody lived. But he became blind as a result. And so now this kid has taken it upon himself, because he finds fart noises so hilarious, that his little token to people is he gives them the slime. You know, when you push slime in these little, because of the air pockets, it makes them sound like farts. And so this is this kid trying to cheer up kids in the hospital. This is a little blind kid in Detroit trying to cheer up other kids in the hospital by handing out things that make fart noises. This is how a child brings joy to other children. And some adults. I'd love to write this kid.
My hand's raised.
What noise did it make that made you laugh?
The fart noise.
Who doesn't think farts are funny? I mean, come on.
Some girls, but my friend Jane thinks they're hilarious. And here is the noise.
Seeing them, laughing again and seeing them starting to run around and just be themselves again was so inspiring to me.
Yannick's like, Nana, I want to do this for the other kids.
Mm-hmm. Kid's name is Yannick Baboot, which is kind of the noise that slime makes when you push it down. But think about that. I mean, he encapsulates really the love of it pretty well, because the girl's leading him. Who doesn't think this is funny? Well, some girls, because it is very much like a boy energy thing, even though there are some young girls walking around, and God bless you, girls that my daughter goes to school, these girls fart like truckers at a chili cook-off, and they don't care, and God bless them.
I never realized till I had daughters of my own the way that girls actually are, because you have such a preconceived notion of girls and then women as you grow up. And then I had children that are both girls, and they have friends who come over that are all girls, and farts happen, and they laugh, and it, like the same. I'm not going to say the same level as guys, but pretty damn close. And they like talk about it openly.
The embarrassment seems to be gone.
Yeah,
I still very much have that Catholic. We've talked about this. I still have that Catholic school kid thing, or I'm not a farty guy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't do it around girlfriends. I don't do it around my wife. I don't fart in front of. I just don't do it.
Same. Yeah, I don't either. I mean, I have to. Sometimes it happens. If it's an accident, I always apologize if it does happen. But I don't purposely fart around my wife, ever.
Honey, that was the Maserati of farts. And you got it from me. You're welcome. I got one brewing right here. That's after a pint of Ben & Jerry's, baby.
That garage one is the Bentley of farts. That's the good one.
The Bentley of farts.
Mm-hmm.
That's listener submitted.
That is just. Whew.
I think that probably required a bit of hosing off afterwards.
Without question.
Yeah.
Guarantee it started
He was suffering
to itch.
for his art, as it were.
Once it dried, I guarantee he was itchy.
Another listener submitted.
I think Kat might have taken her headphones off back there. She probably had enough of our nonsense already. Day one, she's like, enough with the farts, guys.
She has to acclimate to her current environment. All right. Modest Mouse. Not much modesty in this segment. But Modest Mouse, if you like them, you're going to party like it's 2006. They're coming through June 20. They're going to play Temple Live over at the Cleveland Masonic. And so if you dig that band, I will have tickets for you after the break. Your timing is impeccable. And then 4:30, I will have another keyword for you. Second to last one today to grab you $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. That's all coming up.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Every September, the biggest superstars from all genres of music play a festival that is like no other on the planet.
The iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Returning to Las Vegas.
2 epic nights.
September 19th and 20th.
On one
one stage.
For its 15th year.
I can't believe it actually happened.
And these artists have all been part of it.
Taylor Swift,
Kenny Chesney,
Billie Eilish,
Jay-Z,
Jennifer Lopez,
Coldplay,
Carrie Underwood,
The Foo Fighters,
Megan Thee Stallion,
Luke Combs, Elton John, Green Day, Justin Timberlake,
Rihanna,
U2, Tim McGraw,
Mariah Carey,
Paul McCartney, The Weeknd.
They've all been there.
Now, make this the year you go to.
Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets starting this Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific for 24 hours only or while supplies last.
Go to iHeartRadio.com/festival to buy yours before this year's lineup is announced.
And we'll see you in Las Vegas
For our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
presented by Capital One.
From the Mr. Hero Rockin' Reuben.
At monsterjam.com today.
Hey, what's up? Crystal here. Join me over at the brand new Planet Fitness in Fairview Park on February 4th from 4 to 6 p.m. You can check out all of their brand new equipment. While you're there, you can enter to win a 1-year free Planet Fitness Black Card membership. We're going to have free food sampling and we'll be jamming to the best tunes. So come check out the brand new Planet Fitness in Fairview Park on February 4th from 4 to 6 p.m. and hang out with me.
Start the new year in a new Kia. We're making deals like never before at Ken Ganley Kia. Keep your cash and buy a new Kia with 0 down and 0% financing. You heard right, 0 down and 0% financing. Make no payments for 90 days. Or sign and drive a new Kia from just $259 lease per month. 0 due at signing, like a 2025 K4. 36 months, 10K miles per year, no security deposit required. Need credit? Our finance specialists want to get you approved and into a new Kia today. We've got over 1,800 Kias in stock and on sale at Ken Ganley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Online at KenGanleyKia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent you, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
KMA rebates assigned to dealers. 0 APR, 48 months, $20.83 per month for 1,000 financed on 24 Sorrento, 90-day deferred through Ally Bank, plus tax, tag, title, and doc fee on approved. Credit through KMF expires 2/3/25.
For more information about contests on WMMS, go to WMMS.com/rules.
Traffic. From the Elk Canal Traffic Center, serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Looks like a wreck. Flipped vehicle on its roof. 480 West, near the Grayton Road exit. Took out a few signs, mostly in the right shoulder, part of the right lane. A vehicle fire reported on the 71 North exit to Denison West 65th Street. Fire crews on scene. Expect delays and rubbernecking traffic in both instances. Jackie Robertson, the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique. But you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
iHeartRadio has your front row seat to football's biggest week.
Let's go. Finish on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Kick off the day with Dan Patrick on Fox Sports Radio. Coaches, players, legends. He's got them all live from Media Row. Then dive into the X's and O's of the game with NFL podcasts like NFL Live.
Don't miss it.
And of course, The Game with live play-by-play coverage. This is how you do the NFL. Lock in your next favorite sports preset.
Let's go!
Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search NFL to listen now.
It's time to give stuff away. Alan Cox, baby, giving stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, it's a return of Modest Mouse, who are back on the road this summer and coming to Cleveland. It is Friday, June the 20th at Temple Live at the Cleveland Masonic. The tickets are on sale now, I believe, templelive.com. We're going to find all the information, tickets and info and all that there at the website. You'll get my first pair this week. 2 for Modest Mouse. Why not? Call 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
I met Alan.
Did you?
I gave him marijuana.
Oh, great.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio on the app, A, hope you like Live and Aerosmith. B, if you do it from out of state, tell me where. I'd like to know where our bureau chiefs are. If you're new to the show, you'll see a map over my shoulder, and those are all people who have checked in and listened from their respective cities on the app. Natalie listens in Vero Beach, Florida. Jonathan is one of our bureau chiefs in Memphis. Ziggy is in San Antonio. Chad listens in Hagerstown, Maryland. Jordan's in St. Louis. And Sebastian is one of our bureau chiefs in Salt Lake City. And he didn't send it to me, but somebody else did. They didn't attach their name, though. A guy in Salt Lake City who got arrested for the death of his friend. They were getting high. And his friend claimed that he could dodge bullets. And his buddy wanted to put that to the test. Ashton Mann, 23 years old. They scooped him up early yesterday morning on account of second-degree felony manslaughter. They got a call, cops got a call that a man had been shot in the chest. And they found him unresponsive. It took him to the hospital and he died. He said he and his friend had been getting high, smoking pot. And we're talking about guns in the kitchen. I assume they were talking about it in the kitchen, not necessarily talking about guns in the kitchen, right?
Very specific topic.
Very specific. How do you feel about guns? As long as they're in the kitchen, that's fine with me. If you ain't for it, you're against it. So then they later went to the garage to continue their conversation, and they were, playing around with a couple of different handguns, a couple of different ones. You don't want to feel left out. You're getting high. And his friend said that he could dodge a bullet. And so they, responsible gun owners, they emptied out each gun before they pointed and pulled the trigger on his friend. He said that his friend would try to jump out of the way to prove that he could move before the trigger was pulled. So it's not that he could dodge bullets. This guy thought that he knew the moment that the trigger was pulled, that he was so sensitive to that he could do it. Like when you're playing bloody knuckles, remember that as a kid? Or slap fighting, right? Your hands twitch because you're getting over on you. And so they did that about 6 times. But he hadn't gotten all the bullets out, as he determined. Last time, he shot him right in the chest and killed him. Cops found the handguns, ammunition, magazines. I assume they don't mean Newsweek. And drug paraphernalia consistent with marijuana use. I love police report language. And then the individual over here, because you can't type, this guy got shot by this guy. Done. Send.
Because they were both high as hell
They
and
were
did
both
something very, very stupid.
high as balls.
I found a giant 5-foot water bong sitting next to the victim.
Mm-hmm.
Paraphernalia. Say what it is.
I got to pull out my buzzard bong. One of the first, somebody was kind enough to kind of gift me with a glass-blown, hand-painted buzzard water bong when I first came to Cleveland. I really need to dig that out.
Sounds like a one-of-one piece, man.
Yeah.
That thing's worth a fortune.
I have this sinking feeling that, God, I don't remember if I'm misremembering or not, but I have this sinking feeling that it was in like a dresser or something that I had given to a friend years ago, and they tried to tell me it wasn't in there. I was like, I forgot that was in there. I need that back. And they were like, no, it wasn't in there. Oh. So I think somebody pinched it from me.
Check eBay. Thing's probably out there.
Probably long gone if it was on eBay. I mean, this would have been like, I had been here like a year.
Oh, okay.
Like 2010, somebody local gave me a glass-blown, hand-painted buzzard bong. And it was majestic. And I'm beside myself.
Maybe you still have it. Maybe it's just in a box.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
Is Cat straight edge?
I don't know.
I mean, let's just say I didn't only like the nature in Oregon.
I mean, you go.
There we go.
I was gonna say you go to a lot of raves too, right? Like you're into EDM.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew straight edge rave kids back in the day, but it sucks if you're sober at these shows. So it's not that they're not there, maybe not anymore. Back in the day there were, but it was like, man, good luck. And I like EDM, but like getting through one when you're not tripping balls that's a high confront, boy. I mean, I got Electric Forest this summer, and I'm already planning for that.
Oh wow!
You got to get loaded up. Anyway, these two, consistent with marijuana use, and boy, these are just the kind of stories you hate to see because it casts such a negative pall on what is otherwise an amazing experience, which is getting high. but you gotta bring the guns into it.
Something tells me these guys would have shot each other without the marijuana. You know what I mean? Like, they were bound to do something horribly stupid way before marijuana became involved.
Why don't you practice with, like, a rubber band gun or something? A spud gun.
You know, it would be a good idea, dude.
Dude, I bet I could dodge all them bullets you got in there.
No,
Want to see me
man.
dance around the garage?
See, you're not getting it, dude. I'm not getting out of the way. I'm just faster than you pulling the trigger, man. I'm not trying to dodge the bullet. I just got to be faster than your finger.
You remember The Matrix? I'm going to be like that guy. I'm going to be like I'm shot, dude.
Remember Neo, man?
Remember Neo?
I'm Geo. Get it?
Geo. He's like, but your name is Terry.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Geo
it doesn't
sounds
matter.
way cooler, man.
Doesn't matter, man. His name was Ashton. Oh, poor Ashton. Fortunately, when the world loses an Ashton, there are about 4,000 other ones to take his place. They're between the ages of 9 and 12 right about now. All right, let me give you some money here. If you want to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie, right now would be the perfect time to do it. Second to last chance to win today, and then we'll start it all over again tomorrow morning in the 9 o'clock hour with RMG. So listen closely, and I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Rob, you're going to be very excited. Josh from St. Louis is on the line.
My buddy Josh.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
What's up, Josh?
So I was calling about one thing, and then while I was waiting, I heard about the guy getting shot in the chest,
Yeah.
thinking that he could anticipate the bullet.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to share that when I was a kid, there was a buddy of mine that wanted to become a terrorist killer, and he thought he could anticipate when I'd shoot him with a BB gun in the chest. And I shot that dude like 8 times at point blank range in the chest before he ever blocked.
Wait, I didn't realize he thought he could dodge point blank?
Yes, I held the BB gun against his naked chest, and he said that he could put his arms out to the side and anticipate when I would pull the trigger. And I said, okay, let's do this. And so the first time when I held it up, I just immediately and shot him right in the chest.
Yeah.
To do that game for about 15 minutes. Every time he got hit, he would like try to,
I just don't. I mean,
if
if you were 10 yards away or 10 feet away, even, I could see where somebody thinks that they might get out of the way, but I don't understand how he thought he could get out of the way when it's like right in front of his sternum.
Mm-hmm.
And you said you said he wanted to be a terrorist killer?
Yeah, he was one of the first Navy SEALs over in Afghanistan after 9/11.
Oh, I see.
He learned like 5 languages and then went to Special Forces training, and yeah, he was a maniac.
Is he
But,
back?
you
Is he back?
reminded me of
Is
that
he back
story.
here now, hunting Proud Boys?
No, he's a dive coach for the Navy down in West Virginia or whatever.
Oh, all right.
But my other point that I wanted to bring up is how many years have you been on the air, Alan?
15 as of mid-December.
Right. So.
Well, here in
15
Cleveland,
and-
15, yeah.
Yeah, so 15 years and like 3 months, I have been trying to get one of my buddies to listen to your show. And I've told him over and over that he would like this show. For the last 15 and a half, 16 years, I've been telling him about the Alan Cox Show in Cleveland. And he has never listened. And then yesterday, I was talking to him, and he said that he is going to listen to the Alan Cox Show. And I said, good. So then, after the first segment today, my Bosnian buddy called me and was like, Serbian phone screener. And I was like, yeah, sorry. I guess you're just not getting the Bosnian fan base here in St. Louis.
Golly, and I was really hoping that those 15 years would finally pay off, Josh.
There's a little more than 15.
You think Bosnians would be more
Anyway.
thick-skinned?
They are thick-skinned. They're very similar to Serbian. Tell your phone screener I love meat pies. She'll know what I'm talking about. Anyway, that's all I got.
Okay.
I thought it was moderately interesting.
Thank you, Josh.
Yep, have a good one,
There's
guys.
Josh in St. Louis listening on the iHeartRadio app. I think we all know what meat pies are. Unless that's some Serbian sex move we're not hip to, Kat.
Oh, it's just food.
All right. Well, that's a bummer. Hey, tell her I like Serbian meat pies. All right. I mean, I'll take your word for it, but okay. Thank you, Josh. What can you imagine that? I've never worked 15 years trying to get somebody to listen to me. Josh is out there doing the Lord's work. I would take about 5 minutes. I don't think I've ever tried to convince someone to listen to me. Because anytime I get into a conversation with somebody who's like not hip to the show, or they go, well, what do you talk about? And I go, anything. And it's not their fault. I mean, I'm terrible at describing this because it's so all over the road. Now, fortunately, I can go, you know what? Serbian phone screener. How do you like that? She's into meat pies.
Hey.
Hey-oh. No, I've never spent an appreciable amount of time trying to convince someone to listen to this. I go, wait,
Come on.
If you wanted to, here's where you could, right? 15 years worth of podcasts and YouTube and whatever. And it might, some people, we've heard this a lot over the course of our careers. Listening to a show for a day never really gives you like a good snapshot because you don't know. You might have got on a day where it stinks. So I've never, Josh is out there for 15 years trying to convince this guy. And somehow after 15 years, the guy goes, okay. I have friends on the air. I was on the air in St. Louis years ago. I have friends still on the air in St. Louis. I would tell him to listen to them. Listen to Rizzuto. Listen to Learn. They do good work. I don't think Lux is on the air in St. Louis anymore. I think she's on the air in Kansas City. But all very, very talented people. 15 years.
Based on those Josh calls, I'm guessing he tells this guy daily to listen to the Alan Cox for 15 years. 365 days a year.
I mean,
you know what you should do today?
Yeah,
Josh, I know. I should listen to the Alan Cox Show. I will. Next day. You know what you should do today?
But again, we've gotten into arguments with Josh. I mean, we don't always see eye to eye and everything, but he's clearly...
he's our guy.
Feels like his friend, I was going to say would benefit. There's simply no benefit to listening. But thinks that there's something of value there. And, of course, I'm not going to argue with that. I think every day here is amazing. I have to. It's got my name on it. But, wow, 15 years. Anyway, thank you, Josh. I appreciate it. And then on Kat's first day, the disrespect from the friend. It's like, nobody chooses their ethnic extraction. Serbs are proud to be Serbian. Bosnians are proud to be Bosnian, I guess. And everybody else. Everybody's proud to be what they are. I don't know why. There's no sense of accomplishment. I don't understand ethnic pride. I reserve pride for things I've accomplished. A bunch of Irish people banged, and here I am. Right? I had nothing to do with it. Not a single thing. So I don't understand ethnic pride. But, okay, it's fine with me. There's a company called Big Ass Fans. Now, if you were to Google Big Ass Fans, I guess it depends on where your emphasis is, too. Big Ass Fans. You Google that, you're going to get some stuff that you're probably looking for. But there's also a company called Big Ass Fans. And they just got a whole big fat fine of $500,000 because, they were getting all full of themselves. They make these in Lexington, Kentucky. These are giant industrial fans, hence the name, Big Ass Fans. And they got slapped with a fine because they were one of these companies, and we all saw them a few years ago. Everybody who made something like this claimed that they could eliminate the COVID virus, right? They could eliminate the coronavirus. They'd go 99.99%. They can't say 100 because obviously that would be a lie. But they're still lying when they say 99.9. It's that 0.01%. Oh, it can still get you. That's got nothing to do with us. But they got a huge fine for false and misleading advertising. I would like to be part of that class action suit. Because to me, it's false advertising. Because when I Googled big ass fans, that's not what I was looking for. I was not looking for industrial-sized fans.
You were looking for?
I was looking for something else.
A much larger fan.
I was looking for... These are too small, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, you literally were talking for 45 seconds before I knew what that meant about. Like I was like, yeah, okay. You fan of asses. You Googled big ass fans. Yeah, okay.
And how did they get a fine on... I had to use a VPN just to get to their website.
Great ass!
Over there. And then it was a picture of Kanye's wife. I'm like, this isn't what I'm trying to... Can she clear up 99.99% of the novel coronavirus? I don't know that she can.
Perhaps.
Also, because we had been on the subject of my history in nude environments, somebody was like, Alan, this might be for you, and they sent me to a website called cruisebear.com. Now, I've been on a couple of cruises, and I'm fine if I never go back on one. And those were fully clothed. But there's a tour and travel company called Bare Necessities, and they are booking now for what's called the Big Nude Boat. It's a cruise where everyone's naked. And you can, depending on how much you want to spend, it can really run the gamut. You can spend a couple of $1,000s, or you can get like the rooftop 3-bedroom villa for $35,000. And everybody's walking around naked. Or sitting around naked.
I thought you meant BEAR.
No. Cruise Bear.
Yeah.
That's probably a gay cruise that they put on.
That's what I thought you were talking about. Yeah.
Harry and yep. No, you want to set sail on the Norwegian Pearl. Clever. It's got everything that a normal cruise would have. They spare no expense. Royal Norwegian, which I think was a piercing I got years ago. That is the boat that is going out into the Caribbean, into the Bahamas. Imagine, listen, if you've ever been on a cruise to the Bahamas or the Virgin Islands or anything like that, Jamaica, these are all areas, obviously, that their main income is tourism, right? So they don't care what the hell's going on. They just want to sell you their crap or rent you their mopeds, whatever it is. But imagine the day that you're the port of call for the nude. I'm sure they have their own local laws and things like that. I'm sure when you get off, they're like, hey, you got to wear clothes on the island, whatever. But imagine that wasn't the case because, again, they just want your money. They don't care what's going on with you. And you just see a whole bunch of naked people walking up to buy things. You're trying to sell them a sarong just to get them out of there. But anyway, depending on how naked you like to be and how much money you've got, a 2,300 passenger ship with loads of entertainment, it says, phrasing, and all nude if you want. The Big Nude Boat. It's 11 days at sea. Now, a cruise can feel like, I know there are people who love cruises. I have been on precisely 3, and that was plenty. I'm fine if I never go back on another cruise. It's fine. But some people love it. People go on like month-long cruises. Like a cruise to me is cool after, I mean, when you've been eating the same food for like 5 days, right? I'm ready to go home. But you can't. You're stuck out there. And on this one, you're surrounded by naked people. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm still looking into this.
It's an 11-day adventure to paradise, is what it says here. And did you scroll down to the pictures?
I did.
You can see a couple of discoloration spots on a couple of these ladies, if you know what I'm talking about.
Well, listen, they're sitting around and they're having a sip, topless, and yeah, the people in the advertising photos are, they're wearing shorts or they're wearing a wrap or something like that. They're not going to show you the the full-on hogs there on the Lido deck.
No, but there's some Hooters.
A once-in-a-lifetime experience, they say. God, I hope so. But for you landlubbers who like to just walk around naked, there's plenty of options there. But whoever sent me this, thank you.
You imagine the crew of the Pearl? They're like, yeah, can we just take this week off, please? They got to hire like a whole new crew of people. Like, screw this. I have no desire to serve roast beef.
It's very meta, isn't it?
Yeah.
More roast beef, ma'am. Not that you need it. Oh, I see you've already visited the carving station.
Oh, it's so hot in here. No, Betty, your boobs and your soup.
But I envision the crew on the boat either being fully dressed like every other crew, and the juxtaposition of that would be strange, or they give the crew because crews come from all around the world. And there's always a non-fraternization policy, but that goes right out the porthole window. And if you ever talked to anybody who's worked on a cruise. So I envision them either fully uniformed, like they'd normally be on a cruise, or optional to just wear the hat. And if you're walking in a long cruise hallway, and you see the yeoman purser coming down the hall wearing just a hat, maybe a necktie.
Ahoy.
Just to look professional. Ahoy, hoy. Just to look professional. I don't know. Oh, I got a break here. I'm late. You want to send me a text, 35192. I will have a little gift certificate for you later on to Blue Heron Grill. Isn't that out in your neck of the woods?
Sure is. Great spot.
That's what I've heard.
It's really cool.
Blue Heron in Medina. I'll have $50 to that for you later on. Valentine's Day is coming up. If you check your calendar. Might be a nice spot. 35192. Text me for anything else. You want to watch live? Do that at the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Rovers or 1-800-348-1007.
So more like show performance singing, because it is, you know this, that's very different than like other kinds of singing.
Yeah, so
You really got to belt it out.
Oh yeah, that's actually my preferred style of singing. I definitely enjoy powerhouse vocals.
AC/DC's High Voltage came out on February 17th, 50 years ago, and they were young dudes. They looked very, very different as a band. The debut Ambrosia album, Rob.
Yes.
Came out in February of 1975.
I'm not in love.
Bay City Rollers.
Ooh.
Saturday. Night. They were from Scotland, but they pointed to a map and they landed on Bay City, Michigan, which is where my wife's grandfather is from. Bay City, Michigan, and they said, let's call ourselves the Bay City Rollers. And so if you remember So I Married an Axe Murderer, the Mike Myers movie, where he's playing all the characters, they were playing the Bay City Rollers.
Heed!
Pence! No!
So look at the size of that boy's head.
He'll be crying himself to sleep tonight on his huge pillow.
Gonna give the boy a complex.
Oh.
Heed! Paper! No!
Yeah. Oh, that's so good. Heed! I saw that movie. I've talked about it before. I saw that movie's 30 years old, too. I saw that in the theater. There were two other people. I saw it in the theater twice. There were two other people in the theater. It did not do well.
I'm not kidding. It's like an orange on a toothpick.
Spherical and pointy in parts.
It's like Sputnik.
Sputnik! Yeah, Mike Myers playing his dad, playing other characters. He had just come off Wayne's World, and so the studio said, you are gold. Everything you do is awesome. Here's some money. Go make a movie. They did not think he was going to make So I Married an Axe Murderer, but that was the movie he made.
Look at the size of that boy's head. I'm not kidding. It's like an orange on a toothpick.
You're gonna give the boy a complex.
Well, that's a huge noggin. It's a virtual planetoid. Has its own weather system. Heed! Move!
Mm-hmm. Gonna cry himself to sleep on his huge pillow. Was that supposed to be his little brother in the
Mike
movie?
Myers' little brother, yeah.
Okay, I never understood, because his dad is so old. Obviously, it's him in makeup. His mom is so old, and that's supposed to be his little brother who looks like he's 12.
Yep.
And he's a grown man. It was weird.
Look at the size of that boy's head. Big afro on top of it.
Oh, and Nancy Travis just could not have been hotter. Movie's just stacked. Grodin and Anthony LaPaglia and Alan Arkin is the... I just love that movie. I
haven't seen it in a very long time.
Oh, God, I love it.
Mike Myers is another one, dude. Like, I think he's an amazingly talented guy, but everything he does sounds exactly like that guy. Like a version, like Shrek sounds like a version of that dad. You know what I mean? Like every impression he does always comes back to that exact sort of sound. Fat Bastard is that guy, is Shrek. You know, they all are the same.
I feel like Mike Myers had a few arrows in his quiver, and he shot them all the time.
Mm-hmm.
They made the Pentaveret, right? That little section there in that scene of So I Married an Axe Murderer, where his dad was going off with this conspiracy theory about the organizations around the world that run the world. He's like, the Pentaveret, right?
Yeah.
Colonel Sanders and the Illuminati, all this stuff. Netflix made a mini series about that with Mike Myers a couple of years ago, and it was terrible.
Awful.
Terrible. They threw a giant bag of money at him because he must have pitched him on that. And if it's him, you go, yeah, that'll be funny. Take it, because he is. He's a really funny guy. But, it was awful.
It really was.
And back in the day, I love the Austin Powers movies, but you could see the jokes coming 5 miles away.
I will say, the hardest I've ever laughed at something that was complete. Over 90% of the people I know, every time I talk about this, didn't pick up on it, and I laughed harder in a movie theater that was full of people. I just started laughing. There's a joke in the first movie when he's talking about carnies, right? Nomad, smell like cabbage.
This is in Austin Powers.
In Austin Powers, the first one. In the third one with his father, when Michael Caine is playing his father, they lock him up. They arrest him.
This is the one with Beyonce?
Yeah. No, that one's the gold member one.
Okay.
Right? Oh, so maybe it was the second one?
Okay.
Where Michael Caine is his dad. He ends up in the submarine. They lock him up, and Mini-Me comes in, and he turns around, and he goes, by God, I thought I smelled cabbage. And it's a reference to the first movie, and I lost it. Because I was like, it's like the smartest joke. So much later it comes back.
Right.
And it just killed me.
It's a well-known fact, Sonny Jim, that there's a secret society of the 5 wealthiest people in the world, known as the Pentaveret, who run everything in the world, including the newspapers, and meet tri-annually at a secret country mansion in Colorado known as the Meadows.
So who's in this Pentaveret?
The Queen, the Vatican, the Gettys, the Rothschilds, and Colonel Sanders before he went tits up. Oh, I hated the Colonel with his wee beady eyes and that smug look on his face. Oh, you're gonna buy my chicken. Oh.
Dad, how can you hate the Colonel?
Because he puts an addictive chemical in his chicken that makes you crave it fortnightly, smart arse.
Interesting.
Cuckoo.
Smart
Makes you crave it fortnightly. Now, I looked up what a fortnight was when that movie came out. I was like, ooh, I want to know what that is. What's a fortnight? Do you know what a fortnight is?
A video game?
Kat, you know what a fortnight is?
I just thought of the video game too. Computer game.
You're both not incorrect. Do you know what the length of time of a fortnight is?
No, please do tell.
It's 14 days. It's 2 weeks. And the crowd goes wild. I'll tell you what,
I didn't know what to say to that.
Here, thought I was... Oh. Alan, I saw Love Guru in a theater. It was absolute trash. That one is famously absolute trash. Mike Myers kind of kept going back to the same version of that well, and I never saw that. But I like him. Like, when I see him and stuff, I go... he was it. What was he? What was he in? Where he played a dramatic Inglourious Bastards, where he plays like that British general or something. You know, every so often he'll pop up in something completely different. I like him when he does drama. He played Steve Rubell in 54. I like him in that stuff. I think he's a funny dude. But man, a lot of those movies, you're like, ew.
There's a fantastic usage of the C word in the Love Guru, completely unintentional, and it probably is the only funny part of that movie. I'll play it for you in the break.
The C word meaning controversy?
No, sir.
Oh.
No. A different one.
Oh. Cabbage.
No, sir.
Oh. Hey, Joe. Hello, Joe.
Hey,
I'm not sure if you're talking to me.
Is your name Joe?
Nope.
What's your name?
My name is Jake. Hey, Alan. Hey, everyone.
What's up, man?
While I was on hold, I think you answered I have a couple of questions, but I think you answered my question about why in the heck you saw Axe Murder in the theaters twice, and that's because Nancy Travis is pretty hot. Is that the same actress who was in Men at Work with the Garbage Men, Emilio and Charlie?
I don't know. She was married to like one of the guys who like ran a network or something for Men at Work. Nancy Travis was in that. I mean, she was in a lot of stuff, but she was recently in that Tim Allen sitcom. She was the long-suffering wife.
Yeah, that's the same woman. So, but I have another question because you mentioned, that Axe Murder movie's not very good. But in any event, I'd like to know from you or anyone else, is there a movie that was universally panned or people don't really like, but you think was a good movie and you have a special affinity for it? And I'll go. For me, it's back in the early 90s, late 80s, I think. It was Hudson Hawk.
Oh, God.
Everyone hated that movie, but I liked that movie. But I was curious as to whether or not any of you guys have, like, a movie that kind of fits in that same space.
That everybody hated but me. There's a John Carpenter movie I love called Prince of Darkness. And it's they find the devil in a basement in a green liquid, and they bring a priest in, and Alice Cooper is a homeless guy killing dudes with bike frames, and I love it. I don't know if it holds up. I haven't seen it in a minute. This is mid-'80s. I don't know.
Did you think Hudson Hawk sucked?
I remember seeing it. Nothing about it stuck with me. So I don't know if that speaks for itself. I don't know.
Yeah, my thoughts on that movie are people were expecting another Die Hard because that was on the heels of Die Hard, and that was in Hudson Hawk is more of like an absurdist comedic farce, and I think it didn't hit people where they would have enjoyed it, but it did for me because I like that kind of style of humor.
The one that jumps to my mind that everybody hated and I liked was Death to Smoochie. Do you remember Death to Smoochie?
Yep.
Remember that? Everybody hated that. And I walked out going, that was pretty good. And everybody's grumbling behind me because they paid $12.50 to see this thing. And okay, listen, we are going to agree to disagree on So I Married an Axe Murderer, Jake, but I take your point. Okay, thank you. Was it Joe or Jake? I don't know. What did he say, Kat, when he called?
Somebody else put that one in.
No. Sometimes old names show up. That's the thing. We have this phone software. This will make it a lot of fun for Kat as she's learning the system, by the way. Old names will pop up. I go, hey, what's going on, Dylan? And they'll go, what? This is Frank. Yeah. I go, okay, well, F me then.
Hey, Alan. Brendan here. Hate the show. I'm talking to you as a 34-year-old man who just started developing symptoms of lactose intolerant over the past year or so. It is a giant display of your choices have consequences, every single one of them. Everything you put in your body. It is also a giant reminder that I make terrible choices. Anyway, love me, love you, hate the show, bye.
This is what they mean when they say elections have consequences, right? I elect to put that in my body, and then I will deal with the consequences tomorrow. No, listen, people say it all the time. They go, it's worth the squirts. Patent pending. Trademark pending. And I don't know that I have any relationship to anything like that. I know my eating is weird and it's, but I don't have that kind of relationship to any kind of food where I go, you know what? This is going to tear me up inside, but it's absolutely worth it. Because you taste it for just a little bit and then you suffer for the next 24 hours. And to me, the ROI on that is not great.
Oh, I have a list of stuff, dude. Like, there's certain things, if you told me I could, like, if you couldn't eat this pizza and burger, anything. Like, I could never imagine. I would just be like, all right, I guess I'm going to have diarrhea once a week. I'm just going to, I'll have pizza, and then I'll have a bad day the next day.
It tastes that good.
Oh, yeah, dude. Have you ever eaten a piece of pizza?
But also, yeah, I had some over the weekend.
And you don't feel the same way? Like, that's not, like, you wouldn't, if you knew you'd get the runs the next day, you'd stop eating pizza forever?
I don't know.
It's that good, man.
I guess. I don't know. Because that lasts potentially so much longer than the eating of the pizza.
It's that moment. That first hot ass bite.
When it hits your lips.
Cheese just destroying the top of your mouth.
So good when it hits your lips. All right. I'll take your word for it. We'll find out when I suck down that pint of Ben & Jerry's tonight. Again, I don't think it's going to have any adverse effects, but maybe.
Well, it's not your first dance. You've done it before and it didn't happen.
Yeah, I guess, but you never know. Mother Nature is a cruel mistress. She can get you at any time. I'm going to take a break. I will have more money for you at 5:30. That is the next keyword that you'll get. The last of today, $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. And we'll start it all over again tomorrow morning. And I'll have that $50 to Blue Heron for you there in Medina. Chef recommends. And Rob. If you're looking for something unique for Valentine's Day, they've got igloo dining. This is fun. When they do the igloos, nice and warm in there, cold outside. That's pretty sweet. If you go to WMMS.com, by the way, we're giving away a whole thing over there at Blue Heron. I will come back and give you $50 to get you started at Blue Heron Restaurant in Medina. So we'll do that coming back. Want to text me for anything? 35192 to do that, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Get ready to celebrate the songs and artists you've loved over the past year.
At our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
Coming to Fox, iHeartRadio stations across America, and the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
Monday, March 17th, live from Los Angeles.
Lady Gaga will be honored with the Innovator Award.
Mariah Carey will receive the Icon Award.
And the biggest stars from all genres of music will go home winners.
Nominees include
Taylor Swift,
Morgan Wallen,
SZA, Doja Cat,
Jelly Roll,
Sabrina Carpenter,
Teddy Swims, Post Malone,
Billie Eilish,
Kendrick Lamar, Kane Brown, Linkin Park, Glorilla,
Lainey Wilson,
Green Day.
We got so many more. Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
where you can help decide who wins in categories like Best Lyrics,
Best Music Video,
Favorite Soundtrack,
Favorite Tour Style,
Favorite Surprise Guest, and more.
Find a full list of nominees and start voting for your favorites now at iHeartRadio.com/awards.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Overnight, a chance of rain showers, then snow showers, then freezing rain. Overnight low 25. Tomorrow, it'll be partly sunny with a high of 28. Then Wednesday, chance of snow and sleet. Wednesday's high, about 30.
This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $250 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends April 5th. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Kia of Streetsboro, 99 cents get you driving. Kia of Streetsboro, 99 cents down. Kia of Streetsboro. Stop in and see how much you'll save. Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
Kia of Streetsboro is bringing you those sweet auto show savings now. Because it's an auto show every day inside our showroom. Get the hottest deals on the new 2025 Kia Telluride, Kia Sportage, and K4. Don't forget about the Kia Seltos, Sorrento, and K5. Take advantage of our low down payments and monthly payments with
physically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Doogie here. Time is of the essence with COVID-19. Prescription oral treatment must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms, and if you have a high-risk factor, ask your doctor if treatment is right for you. You can learn more at treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Traffic. The Elk and Traffic Center, serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK, Ohio. The accident on 71 North after West 65th Street, Denison, has been cleared away. A tad bit slow traffic on the Interbelt South, passing Lakeside and Superior. Pedestrians struck Monticello Boulevard near South Belvoir Boulevard. An fender bender at East 9th and Carnegie downtown's been moved off into a parking lot, no longer blocking. Jackie Robertson, the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Compassion International.
Every day, a child in poverty waits for a sponsor is another day of hopelessness. There are thousands of kids who've been waiting over a year. End their wait. Sponsor a child with compassion today. Just text the word radio to 83393.
I'm Greg Rosenthal, host of NFL Daily. Join me live from Radio Row in New Orleans. I'll be interviewing the NFL's biggest names all week long. NFL Daily will have you ready for this year's big moment. Will it be Mahomes completing the three-peat or Jalen Hurts avenging their Super Bowl 57 loss? We'll be there on the field after the game. Full recap, interviews with this year's Super Bowl champions. Don't miss it.
Listen to NFL Daily on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow NFL Daily and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, Valentine's Day is coming up. You may not have plans yet. You can start at Blue Heron Restaurant in Medina. I've got a $50 gift card here for you. They've got igloo dining over there. If you've never done it, it's fun. You're in that igloo, nice and toasty in there, cold outside. Perfect for any gathering. Full service dining for 2 to 8 guests. And again, that weather's not an issue. Doesn't matter what's going on outside. You toasty in that igloo. It's a lot of fun. WMMS.com. We are giving away a 2-hour igloo rental and $150. So that's at the website. I will give you $50 to get you started here to Blue Heron Restaurant in Medina. Gets the Rob Anthony seal of approval. So good luck. Call 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Yeah, it seems a little unfair that you can watch our live stream, but we can't see you. But we'll fix that tonight. Outside your window.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
This album is 31 years old, maybe. Band called King's X. You ever get into King's X?
I do know them. I did have this. I wouldn't say I got into them.
They were kind of a prog rock band for a while, and then the 90s hit, and they were like, hey, we should surf this grunge thing for a minute. And it ended up being a big record for them. It's called Dog Man. And got him some radio play and got him out of like the kind of wonky prog stuff for a while.
I feel like there was another song from this that got like way more radio play. Am I wrong?
I remember Dog Man being the one that got played a lot. They covered Manic Depression by Hendrix on the record.
Okay.
But I think Dog Man was the one that... And they tried to stack it all in their favor, boy. They got the guy who produced for Stone Temple Pilots and the Black Crowes and Pearl Jam. They're like, let's put this record together. And it did pretty well for him. But anyway, I mentioned this because there's a cartoon film over the weekend called Dog Man that is from a series of children's books. They animated a film called Dog Man, and I took my daughter fully expecting to hear this song. I don't know why, because it's a kid's movie, but I'm like, it would have been pretty cheeky if they had used King's X Dog Man somewhere in this film. And they did not. And I got to tell you, I'd be lying to you if I said that it didn't diminish my enjoyment of the film just a little bit because I'm waiting for this thing to kick in.
Did you stay all the way to the end?
Yeah, I did.
All the way through the credits?
Yeah, I did. Well, no, not all, because if
Well,
they're not playing it over the end credits, they're probably not
Maybe
gonna.
that's where it was. Think of all the hidden scenes in the Marvel movies. Maybe this was an Easter egg just for you that you missed. Maybe there's a group of people that know that connection, and at the end they play 5 seconds of this just to go, bing. Here you go.
Yeah. Well, when it's streaming, I'll have to watch it to the very end. But, and again, I take my daughter to all kinds of movies. We went to see the new Sonic movie and things like that. And she's not always down. I'll be like, hey, yay or nay on this one. And a lot of times she'll go, no. But she has read these Dogman books. And so she's sitting there in the movie, just her eyes are on fire. She's so happy to watch this movie. And Pete Davidson is the bad guy, and Lil Rel Howery is the voice cast is good. And it's very similar stylized to those Diary of a Wimpy Kid books, where the animation is choppy.
Yep.
It's kind of partially live action. But Dogman, I guess, did really well, because anytime there's a kids movie out, everybody takes their kid. And so at least for that weekend, they destroy. And I think Dogman did pretty well over the weekend. But this movie is so frenetic. I was like closing my eyes halfway through. I'm like, oh my God, this thing moves so fast. And there were so many jokes piled on top of that were in each one of these scenes. It was like hypercut super fast. No wonder kids are going insane. And I was like, it's entertaining, but I'm like, there wasn't even a second for a joke to land before they went to the next one. And it's like written jokes and then a sight gag. And then I'm like, holy Christ, is this thing going 1,000 miles an hour? And I'm also the guy, because at the very beginning, I'm saying to my daughter, I'm like, is this in the book? Right? I'm trying to identify, because I'm not reading these books. I go, is this in the book? And she finally looks at me and she goes, you'll see. And that's her way of saying, could you shut up while we're watching them?
Just read the books, Dad. Jesus.
Yeah. So she loved it. She loved every second of it. But I was like, oh my God, this movie is just going 1 billion miles an hour. And most kids' movies, obviously they move fast. They're trying to keep kids awake. But this one in particular, maybe that was just my takeaway. Maybe people have read these books to their kids or something, and they're a little bit more into it. My daughter reads these herself. I've never read these books to her. But so she loved it. And the theater was packed. I mean, there were like 2 or 3 seats that weren't occupied in this film.
Did you have the recliners?
Had the recliners.
Oh, man, that's the best.
No, we were actually going to go earlier in the day, and I had to go a couple of screenings later because there just weren't seats. I'm not sitting in the front row. So yeah, it was entertaining, but I was like, no King's X? And my brain was mush after the 90 minutes that I'm sure it took that movie to be shown. They don't make kids' movies super long. We rewatched The Wild Robot. That's another movie that they took from a book, and I don't see a lot of people talking about it. I don't know if it was nominated for any Academy Awards, but The Wild Robot, don't sleep on that movie. Even if you don't have a kid, by the way. I know it was a kid's book, but The Wild Robot is phenomenal. Arguably the best movie of 2024. I'm planting my flag in that.
Wow.
The Wild Robot. Love is the other song that King's X had that was pretty popular.
Okay.
I don't think that was on Dogman, but I mean, they had a couple of songs along the way, but Dogman was the one that, like, people who weren't necessarily into them, because it sounded like a grunge record. 1994, everybody was on that.
I'm going to have to add this to my list of movies to see.
Dogman or The Wild Robot?
The Wild Robot.
Yeah.
I just heard about Kill the Irishman yesterday.
Love that. Based in Cleveland, Ohio.
That's what I heard. So now
not Michael Shannon, though. It's Ray. Kill the Irishman is Ray. He's dead now. Or am I thinking there was a... Oh, no. Michael Shannon played Kuklinski.
You thinking Ray Stevenson?
The Iceman. Ray Stevenson was Kill the Irishman, yeah.
Okay.
He's passed away, but I love him and stuff, and that's a great movie. About the car bombings in Cleveland.
The Wild Robot.
No, Michael Shannon played the Iceman. He played
Richard Kuklinski, that mob guy that was killing people.
Okay.
I've got $1,000 for you. This is the last keyword you'll get today until tomorrow morning. Start it up again with Rover. So listen closely. I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Jason in Charlotte, he's one of my movie nerds. He said Wild Robot was nominated for Best Animated Film for an Oscar. I hope they win. It's just a fantastic movie. If you listen to us on the iHeartRadio app from out of state, let me know where you are. Make sure you're on our map of bureau chiefs. We've got people in Canada. For all I know, our Canadian bureau chiefs are boycotting the iHeartRadio app right now in the wake of all this tariff mishigas. Maybe they're banning American liquors. It's working out great.
Well, he's already
so
paused
far.
it. Now he's paused.
Well, I saw he paused Mexico.
And today, and after a conversation with Trudeau, he decided to pause this one as well.
See, this is all he wants, is he wants people paying attention to him. And then they have a conversation. And that way he can, make it seem like he's a tough guy. And then they go, all right. Create the problem. And then whack yourself off for solving the problem. Who knows?
The
I
art
don't know.
of the deal. It's all in the book. That's what I keep hearing. It's all in the book.
I guess so. Anyway, I certainly, they're booing the anthem at Canadian sporting events, that kind of thing. Red Wings were playing the Canucks last night, and they were booing. And, when we hosted the Monsters game, they were playing Montreal. So they do O Canada. And then they do the Star Spangled Banner. The Raptors played the Clippers at home, and they got booed. By the way, Canadians, so stereotypically polite, they're making it clear they're not booing Americans, just our leadership. And by the way, in that, we join you. But I don't know if booing is what happened, really. I mean,
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched.
does that sound like booing? I mean, was there an initial?
Yeah, I think there's.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's definitely a contingent of people that probably had something to say. You can usually hear a pin drop.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that's bad, man.
There they go in.
Wow.
Imagine you get asked to sing the anthem and people are like, boo! They're not booing her, obviously, but...
Maybe they were.
Are you saying boo or boo-earns? I was saying boo-earns.
Maybe they were saying boo-earns. I mean, if you're going to boo anybody, boo this guy.
Proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars were so gallantly there, as though rockets were there, and the twilight's last gleaming, and the rockets' red glare were so gallantly there. Burst stripes were all there, and the rockets were there.
Mm-hmm.
That poor bastard.
My understanding, he took his own life after.
Oh, my God. That's so
Kat, you have to have been asked to sing the anthem before.
Yeah, I've done it plenty of times at games. I really enjoy it. And I was just thinking, man, I could do such a better job. That's pretty rough.
Well, because what we've learned in years past is it depends the note at which you start. You can't start too high or you're screwed because it only goes up.
You're absolutely right.
You got to start like.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah. Here, let me find it, Rob. Hold on. You got to start down there, right? Oh, wait. Oh, not that one. Oh, hold on.
Oh, say.
I think that's it.
Can you
see? Oh, say, can you see?
Now we're Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Oh, my darling. Oh,
say. Can you by the dawn's early
Oh, that's fun. We have fun. Yeah.
I like that one.
Yeah.
Got to start low.
Have you, Kat, have you forgotten the lyrics? On occasion, have you ever forgotten the lyrics?
I think she's on the.
Oh, she's on the phone. Okay.
Yeah.
Heard you guys talking about you saying that there was nobody trying to do what you do on the air anywhere in the world. That's not true. When I was in Germany, they had Alec Penis show.
What?
Gene from Parma.
Gene, you... I love how he triumphantly announces himself. He's so excited. Gene from Parma.
Yeah. After
the
punchline.
love Gene. Yes. Gene from Parma.
The exclamation point.
The Alec Penis. Yeah, I see what you're doing. Gene.
Wouldn't it be
I ran into Duke, by the way, at Giant Eagle.
Oh.
You know Duke who calls in?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm in the produce section of Giant Eagle, and I just hear somebody go, hate the show. And I turn and I see him, and we both point at each other, and neither of us break stride. It's perfect. A perfect interaction. A perfect interaction. Have you ever forgotten the lyrics to the Anthem, Kat?
No, not like that.
Okay.
I mean, but
well, no, not
I
crazy
can-
like that, but
I can
like...
understand, getting a little bit nervous, but that's something you just have to be prepared for.
Right. You've killed it when you've done it.
I mean, I'm pretty comfortable with it.
Do you ever ask them to give you like, you go, guys, I'd really like to make it my own, or you're just more traditional with it?
I'm more traditional with it. I mean, everybody makes it their own to some extent because every voice has a different tone and things like that. But I don't like to, make it too new. I like the classic Anthem. And
you're like, guys, I'm gonna need like a beat under this. And, oh, say, can you see? You don't ever have them do that for you?
You've given me a good idea though.
This is what I'm saying.
This.
Yes. Next time you go, she's going to be like a Monsters game or something. And she's like, oh, say.
Can you see?
Yes.
Oh, say.
Can you see?
Oh.
All right. That's fine.
I love it.
Okay. Hello?
Oh.
Hi, who's this?
This is Brent.
What's up, man?
How you doing, Alan?
Good, man.
Oh, not much. I haven't seen you in probably 10 years when you were doing a bar crawl down in Lakewood.
Oh, I would love to get the bar crawls back so we could run into each other's arms again.
We
Hello?
Hello, yes, go ahead.
But, and I take it heartfelt to the fact that when you realize the things that Trump is doing.
Oh, we missed the middle here. Okay. You kind of cut out, Brad.
I got to slow down because I got deer in the road. I'm on Lewis Road going into Berea. But nevertheless, I mean, you have to consider that the United States, when you look at global warming and all this shit, I understand. I apologize for that. But it's the United States that is pretty much backing all these countries. It's like NATO, and there's global warming. And if you watch Channel 8 News, and you see, I mean, they're going back. They were showing 1886, where the temperature was 67 degrees.
Wait, so Brad, just let me cut to the chase here. Your point is what? That it's made up or it's not made up?
No, it's not. it's not made up. But when you talk about Trump with all these tariffs, and when you see that when you go to the UK, you can't buy a GM or a Ford product without having it taxed to hell. And it's all these other countries have just been taking privilege of our generosity. So what Trump's doing now is like all you wanted to congregate and be in this pool to where you can get all of the great things that our country, me, you, and everybody else in the United States can put forth, and they don't put anything out.
Okay, well, there's nobody who thinks that trade wars, even with your allies, Brad, there's no one who understands economics who thinks that trade wars are a good idea.
It's not the trade wars. It's the point that everybody realizes this outside of this country, and they can what's the word I'm looking for? God damn it! They could take advantage of our generosity because when you get to this global warming and everything else, to me it's ludicrous. Everybody wants to talk about all this mass deportation, and you're going after the hardened criminals. Well, if you come into this country illegally, you've already committed a misdemeanor.
Right, but Brad, you realize that you realize that some of the people that they've deported, they're already letting back in, right? This is all for show.
Yeah, trust me, I watched it, and that's fine. If they're legal and they're going through the legal process, that's one thing. But it's all the ones that are here.
They're not going through any. Okay. Listen, Brad, I'm late on a break here, but I appreciate the call. Okay.
Hey, I'm just happy that I got a chance to express myself on your show. I listen to you guys, Rover Radio, and you guys. I listen to you every day.
Thank you,
Mike
man.
Bachman.
I appreciate it. Thank you. There's Brad out there in Columbia Station. He's literally and figuratively all over the road. Thank you, Brad. I got to take a break here. I want to send me a text, 35192. To do that, you can listen on the iHeartRadio app, and you can watch if you want. Find our YouTube channel.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Let it ride with the Buzzard Bookie. With 9 chances a day every weekday to win $1,000. You can bet any prop, parlay, or point spread without having Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Cox. Cox. Is that with an X? Yes.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I was all excited. I won't lie to you. I was all excited on Saturday. No, I'm sorry, yesterday. Groundhog Day.
Yeah.
You know, the United States, in many parts of the U.S., we have what has proven to be a pretty unimpeachable rodent-based weather prediction system, but they can't seem to get it straight. There's no uniformity or unanimity among these animals. So what? Listen, I know Punxsutawney Phil. I know he's the OG. I know he's the big daddy. And he was predicting 6 more weeks of winter after he saw his shadow. This happened yesterday morning out there in Gobbler's Knob.
Punxsutawney Phil, the seer of seers, was awakened from his wintry nap at dawn on Gobbler's Knob. Phil looked to the skies and then, speaking in Groundhogese, directed the president to the proper scroll, which reads, "It's Groundhog Day, and maybe life is on a loop, but I miss my burrow, I miss my coop. So I'm headed back down. There's a shadow up here. Get ready for 6 more weeks of winter this year."
I mean, it's a big production. If you've ever gone out there to Gobbler's Knob in Pennsylvania and seen this, you know, you camp out there starting at 4 in the morning or whatever. Now, the most accurate groundhog is Staten Island Chuck. And he didn't see his shadow. So he's predicting an early spring. And we have no shortage of pretenders to the throne out here in Northeast Ohio. There's Concord Casimir, the fortune-telling cat out in Concord, Ohio. And he makes his forecast by, see, they do a little bit of a different thing here. There isn't even uniformity in the measurement or prediction system. Concord Casimir makes his forecast by eating pierogies. That's what's called pandering to your audience. And if he makes it a sloppy meal, that means it'll be a messy winter. When is a groundhog ever not eating sloppily? What, they put a necktie on him or something and fork and knife? Staple silverware to his paws? So Concord Casimir, messy winter. And then there's Buckeye Chuck, who I think has been relocated. Buckeye Chuck. He used to be, I think, in Columbus, but he's up here now in Cleveland. He now lives at the Cleveland Museum of Natural History. His actual name is Murray, but they call him Buckeye Chuck. By the way, Murray, an exponentially better name. Come up with some kind of weather-related alliteration that starts with M. Meteorological Murray. Call him that. Buckeye, we get it. Buckeye. Meteorological Murray. Switch him to that, and I'll pledge my allegiance to that rodent.
I'd love to hear the speech from the one from Staten Island. You know, like you got that really nice fancy one from Punxsutawney Phil, but then you got the guy from Staten Island's like, we just went and we decked all the halls. It's going to stay cold, so cover my balls.
Ow! Staten Island Chuck made the official weather prediction in New York. But again, like I said, there are regional rodents everywhere. And because different parts of the, obviously I don't think there's any west of the mighty Mississippi, but they have General Lee in Georgia. General Beauregard Lee is down there in Georgia, and he's the one who makes the call for them. And, of course, Buckeye Chuck, who I will refer to now as Meteorological Murray, fight me from now on. Of course, Punxsutawney Phil there in Pennsylvania. I don't know if I don't know what Staten Island Chuck did not see his shadow.
So what does that mean?
Not seeing the shadow
means early spring?
Means early spring. If they see the shadow, 6 more weeks of winter.
Now I got to come up with something for that. I was doing the whole thing of him having the extra winter and freezing his balls off.
I know.
Now I got to come up with something.
Did Buckeye Chuck see his shadow? His 46th forecast. Since 1979. Now, again, this can't possibly be the same animal.
No, it said their life expectancy is like 14 years. They just cash these things in. Next one up. Where's Phil?
Yeah.
Oh, he's dead. All right, grab the next one.
I thought those gloves looked familiar. You never waste any part of the animal. You get them from rooter to tutor. Even these friggin' rodents. For the 6th time in the last 7 years, Buckeye Chuck, Meteorological Murray, thank you very much, did not see his shadow and is predicted an early spring. So, listen, this is all nonsense. It's all fun. That's fine. Punxsutawney Phil, he's the guy that gets the lion's share of the attention, but he's only 35% accurate. He's only predicted an early spring twice in the last 6 years. So, Meteorological Murray and Punxsutawney Phil are usually on the same page. I have to assume that's coincidental. But if we're going to place our faith in these animals, could we at least mainstream the data collecting, rather the ones eating pierogies and the other ones getting pulled out of a hole and the other ones, I don't know. I'll let them figure that out. But in the interest of our local rodents, and again, I'll be candid with you. I'm not being paid to say this. This is hashtag not an ad. Lest anyone think that I'm getting a kickback from Big Rodent. I'm not. But we've got to find some kind of, because then that means that any Johnny-come-lately can just buy. I don't know anything about Concord Casimir. They said there's a guy out there who rescued the animal. And so, Concord Casimir is a cat. I misspoke. Boy. So not even uniformity in the species. So anybody.
What do you guys have handy?
I've got a mini Aussie. I'm just going to start pulling her out of the living room and holding her up. Right? Anybody, what? There's no governing body of this? Don't they have to convene with the Meteorological Society of the United States or something? Or NORAD? I mean, they're not reindeer on Christmas Eve, but...
Is Punxsutawney Phil the OG? Is he the first one?
I think he's the OG. That's the one. He gets the lion's share of the attention.
Yeah. 139 years, it says they've been doing that, so...
It's right there in Gobbler's Knob. And if you've ever gone, I went many, many years ago, and, it's a scene, man. It's a scene. It's like a rave without the music. Just a lot of college kids from Penn State huddling, drinking what I have to assume is Irish coffee, and hot toddies all the way around.
So you went on Groundhog Day?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, about 20 years ago.
I don't think I could do it.
Oh, it's so fun.
Is it really?
Oh.
In the middle of nowhere.
Well, define fun for me.
30 seconds of...
Yeah, there's a lot of people. Parking's tough. I mean, it's not... I don't think it's... unless you live there in Gobbler's Knob, I don't know that it's something...
Also, what a name for a town.
Where did that come from?
Well, Punxsutawney is a native name. It's a Lenape name that means mosquito town.
So, Gobbler's Knob does?
No, Punxsutawney.
Oh, I'm like, what the hell?
No.
I know, right?
Gobbler's Knob is the part of Punxsutawney. This is Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. This is southern Jefferson County. So when I lived in Pittsburgh, wasn't that far off. And so Punxsutawney, these are all indigenous names. And they were swarmed by gnats. And so the Lenape named the town like Mosquitoville or whatever, and that became Punxsutawney. Gobbler's Knob is where they pull. It's like a little part of Punxsutawney. That's where everybody gathers. And they've got Keystone. It is the Keystone State. They've got Keystone markers all over the place, you know. And so here's an aerial view of Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. It looks like every other place in Pennsylvania.
Nothing.
Looks like a nuke hit it.
Yeah.
Now, that is winter time. Might be, you know, you take aerial photography of any place outside of Vail in the wintertime, and you're going to be less than impressed. But the fine folks of Punxsutawney, you want to talk about a town that has one day to make its money. And so, yeah, we went in with a handful of friends long time ago. And again, it's mostly kids coming in from Penn State or, you know, colleges in and around Pittsburgh who are hanging out and waiting for them to pull this rodent out of the hole.
And then after a minute, it's over. And does everybody just leave?
Well, they play music, and the town's trying to keep people there. So it kind of depends on how early you got there, because a lot of people, they're like, I don't want to dick around with, you know, parking on some guy's front lawn and then walking half a mile. So, you know, you get there like 3:30 in the morning or 4 a.m.
The only thing I know about Groundhog Day was the movie, and the movie was fantastic. And the rest, nope, don't care. Just love me some Bill Murray movies.
And I didn't care either until people were like, well, we're going to go. You should go with us.
Well, it's something you can say you did, too,
Yeah.
right? Like, I can see that.
Do you hear how excited you guys are when I tell this story?
Beyond.
No wonder you should go for the story. Cat's speechless. This amazing story that I'm telling. Weaving a tale of my time in Punxsutawney. But again, around here, because you've got regional rodents, you don't have to do that. You can go talk to Buckeye Meteorological Murray over at the Museum of Natural History. Or that cat. You're going to talk to the cat. So I think next year, I'm going to charge for people to park on my lawn, and I'm going to just bring my dog out. And we're going to see if she sees her shadow. Because she sees everything. Alan, February 2nd and March 21st are 7 weeks apart. I'm confused why or how. I heard that Buckeye Chuck is now legally blind. Well, how did the law get involved? I mean, what do they have to do with it? Thanks a lot, Nanny State. Now you're coming for our rodents. Alan Gobbler's Knob was the name of the chief of the Lenape people in that area. That doesn't even make sense. You amateur. It doesn't even... What? Knob Gobbler, maybe.
Gobbling.
Gobbler's Knob. It sounds funny just because of all the alliteration, but...
Unless they flipped it and he was Knob Gobbler.
Attorney at law. You know, there are these small towns that will elect animals to be mayor, and they're largely ceremonial, you know, but you could have a horse for mayor. How about that?
M-A-R-E.
Yes. A horse for mayor. Thank you. I mean, the former mayor of Cleveland called the town a butthole. So it was like we had a horse for mayor. More like a horse's ass, am I right, Jim? Yeah, so what's the matter with, I don't know.
Cleveland is perceived to be the butthole of the world sometime, right?
Yeah.
Butthole. I love the way he says it, too.
Yeah.
Cleveland is perceived to be the butthole of the world sometime, right?
Butthole.
Butthole of the world sometime, right?
Nice clean butthole.
No, that was his chief of staff.
Cleaning up those streets.
Alan, they had one in New York, but de Blasio dropped it and killed it. If that's true, I vaguely remember that. Because you hold it up. And, you know, and these have to be, I've never held a groundhog, but these have to be just by being in Punxsutawney. Squirmy animals. They're big and they're, you know, and you're trying to hold them like under their arms. Got to be a better way to do this. Alan, I remember when one of them died and you gave a eulogy. Boy, I don't recall that, but sounds like something I would do. I've done so many dumb things here on the show over the years that I'm sure I had to have addressed at some point one of these things passing away. Good night, sweet feces-encrusted princess of rodent-based meteorological prognostication. We barely knew you. And I bet you'll be delicious. Because you can't waste any of it. It's like when Homer was eating Pinchy the lobster, crying as he did it. If only Pinchy were here to see this. That's what they do in Punxsutawney when, a new Phil goes off to meet his great reward. They fill themselves with him the next day.
Probably doesn't taste very good.
Oh, if you've ever had to field dress a groundhog, oof. I bet that is some gamey-ish right there, boy.
We have to come up with what that's the euphemism for. Field dressing a groundhog will now be a euphemism for something.
Probably masturbation.
I would imagine.
What most of our euphemisms are.
Hey, Alan, what if you flipped Gobbler's knob?
Gobbler's knob already is a euphemism for something.
Yeah, if you flipped it around.
Knob gobblers?
Would you have knob gobbler?
Maybe.
I just wanted to say it again.
That means what you think it means.
That's all I wanted to do was say it again.
I gotta get out of here and go home and field dress a groundhog if you don't. if you'll excuse me.
It has to go on a list. We got to use that now.
If you'll excuse me. Used to be feeding the pigeons, right? Because of the hand motion there. Oh, Kat, day one in the books. Your thoughts?
I am so happy and excited to be here, and I can't wait to just
I'll tell you
see
what
the future has to store.
She's saying all the right things, boy. It's
sure
like
is.
She's still being interviewed. We're going to loosen her up.
Hey, you already got the job.
Fun. Yeah.
I'm just smiling all day. I'm just happy to be here, and it's going to
we're
be a
happy
lot
to
of
have
fun.
you.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
It'll be a good time. Call your boyfriend tonight and tell him how you want to field dress a groundhog with him
I will.
on FaceTime. Well, we'll get into that at greater length down the road. We'll let her get comfortable, and then we'll really start digging in. All right, good. We will talk to you guys again tomorrow around 2 o'clock. Where can people find you on the social media, Rob?
WMMS Rob on Instagram and on Blue Sky.
Kat, where can people go to say hello to you?
At Cat B Creative with a K, or the Serbian Queen.
Creative with a K or Cat with a K?
Both.
Oh, is there? Oh, creatives with a K?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I just like the.
No, that's
the letter
good.
K.
I was making a joke, but now I sound like a douche because she's like, they're both K.
K?
Dude. K-A-T-B-K. Yeah, I get it. Yay. Okay, good. We will reconvene with you guys tomorrow around 2 o'clock. Anything you missed today, the show is available on the iHeartRadio app in its entirety within the hour. You can watch on our YouTube channel. If you listen on the app, send me messages there. If you want to drop voicemails, the after hours line is 216-986-8903. I think Tim Heidecker on the show this week. He's doing a show at the Grog Shop, or Beachland Ballroom, I'm sorry. So I'm going to talk to Tim Heidecker. Always fun to talk to him. Jeremy Piven's going to be on the show, I think this week or next. So thank you to Whitney Cummings. She checked in today. Always like talking to her. Her Big Baby Tour comes to Cleveland end of the month, Friday the 28th. She will play the world-famous Agora. Go to agoracleveland.com or whitneycummings.com for the details on that show. And that's it. Cavs are off tonight, so you get the Corey Roddick experience in full come 6:30. And you'll find me on your socials at Alan Cox Show. And that's it. Thanks, guys. We'll talk to you again tomorrow. I'll see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you do. Big Brother is watching you. Be circumspect and discreet. Stay light on your mental feet.